science works, right? Motherfucker thought one
That's the
thing, to
way
get a little more
everything works.
information and shit changes. I
Consensus.
can't be afraid of it.
It's
Well,
consensus. Yeah.
well,
No,
the
I, yeah,
problem is, the major problem is that they have two different physics. You know, they have one for the extremely large and one for the extremely small. You know, they got quantum physics for the extremely small, and they got relativistic physics for the extremely large bodies, and they
you're not
can't
wrong.
really merge them both together as of now. So they just
There
have
is
Right.
a
they just
unifying
have two
theory.
different parallel mathematical models that don't really fit together.
But
You
they've
know,
There,
been
the way,
trying. They've
yeah,
been trying
I
string
mean, they make up
theories,
stuff
M
like,
theory, all like Sasquatch is talking about,
you're
attempts
skipping
at
it.
a
You're
unifying
skipping a whole
field
bunch.
theory. They've just been
yeah,
unsuccessful at it.
I mean, they already made it up. You know, it's called dark matter. I mean, if you could believe
No,
that,
there's
99.9%
Hey, whoever was trying
of
to get
At some point, you gotta make this shit up because how can you explain it?
whoever
Well,
was trying
it's
to get up
Explain what
just now,
can't
we
be
got a spot
explained.
open on the panel.
you may be wrong, man. If you are familiar with the periodic table, they could predict that those elements would be there, and they already left the space open for them because they knew how things work. They knew something was missing. Then they found it later. That
yeah.
happens often.
Joe. You're right. No, that's correct. But we can go back to a simple mathematical premise: the Planck constant. When it comes at least to black holes, when you split the Planck constant, there's nothing but remainders left. All of those remainders are, by definition, isotopes. So you would end up with a radiation that is not quite definable. Hawking's
I've
radiation.
I've even heard that those breaking those apart could form new particles that aren't used to intermingling with the particles here, and perhaps form totally new particles and make new things possible. I've heard some really good theories on that shit.
You guys are getting tore up right now.
It's too derived for me. I have no
But
knowledge.
yeah, we can change. You should have
Yeah,
never
no,
allowed us
I'm
to
not
go there.
suggesting that you need to quit. I just
That's
let me ask this question.
Me and Joe
Does
should have
anybody
our
sort of
own
think
show.
that Stephen
Yeah.
Hawking in
Hawking
was a
globe.
mockery?
Oh, you guys don't like him. Okay, I get it.
Here's
No,
something
no,
I'm
no. I don't know anything about him. I
Okay.
don't pretend to know anything about what his work. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that to present to the public as basically the pinnacle of intelligence, a guy in the robot shit.
Wait,
He would tell you he famously made some very big mistakes. He bet another famous cat $50. He believed that the Big Bang would blow everything out, and at some point everybody at that time believed that it would slow down like any other explosion and gravity would cause it to coalesce again, calling that
Well,
the
the
Big
Big Bang
Crunch.
theory doesn't make
Hold
sense.
on, let me
to me
tell you
from
the
beginning.
Big Crunch. I could argue against it too. But when it came back, they call that the Big Crunch. Hawkins thought that time would literally reverse. As the things were pulled in, he thought that we'd go backwards in life, and he made a $50 bet on that. That he later admitted that was dumb. He's got some very famous mistakes he's made.
Well, it's
Well,
like
and
this. Like,
hey,
look, I'll tell you guys a fucked up story. Like, what if I tell you guys, everything in that the universe itself is like 99.9% space.
I agree.
But
I know.
that space is more dense than matter itself.
Which is why they come up
And
with
where
dark
did that
energy, dark
yeah,
matter.
and where did that shit come from? It came from nothing. And then get this. That nothing started from a single point and is now expanding. And that expansion isn't leading to anywhere. It's just accelerating.
it's the speed of
That's the
light.
dumbest
which
shit I've
means
ever
we
heard.
explode.
It doesn't explain anything
well,
about anything. But
You,
that's the
you know,
story they want you to believe
Hey,
of
Machine
where
I,
everything came from. You know what I mean?
you were
I,
talking about
I,
how
that's just the theory, and people recognize it's the theory, and there are different theories, and especially now with people with the Webb telescope, we know that the way the universe is expanding in all directions simultaneously at the same time makes some of the Big Bang shit iffy. It's just a theory, man. These are
hey,
just
Machine.
humans.
Bang
Hey,
is
hey,
totally. made up.
Hey, machine. What you were talking about yesterday about how you when you measure or observe anything, then the whole thing changes, right? Like it's like depending on how you
Heisenberg
measure.
uncertainty principle. Yeah.
There's a doubt in Joe's voice
How
now.
do you measure how far a planet is from here?
Well, the easiest
Shift.
color shift, or yeah, I think that Sasquatch said that. That's one of the easiest ways. Yeah.
Well, my point is, if you depending on how you're measuring stuff, depends on the results you're going to get too. Because like that's why I'm saying, like, how do we know this math really adds up at the end of the day? You know.
Because we can predict that when a certain planet is going to be a certain place, it's because of the gravity of
But we're
other
using
planets.
tools though. But we're using tools. We're not using our senses. So we have to trust that those tools are really giving us what we think it's giving us. You know?
Joe,
Math
Like,
is our tool.
Joe, baby, will
Yeah,
you
and
do
that's a little.
something, please? I'd
Excuse
like
me?
to cuddle with you at night.
Can either you explain an imaginary number to me?
no,
Yeah,
but
but
the
that's what I was
tools
showing.
change.
Yeah, that's what I was showing on my show the other day. Was Mandelbot? He made the Mandelbot set, and they had this famous problem where you
Mandelbrot.
can't measure.
EROT. Mandelbrot.
Yeah, exactly, and he presented this. He was presented with this problem about how you can't measure the shoreline. You know, if you take a finer tool to measure with, you'll find new indentations. You'll get a longer measurement. You know, so he said you can't measure the shoreline, how long it is, but you can measure the roughness of the topology of like how those little iterations change.
You're talking
You know,
about
over space.
geometry.
Fractals,
Fractal geometry,
exactly.
right.
Fractal geometry. Yeah, exactly.
So when it comes down to fractal geometry, all right, I'm a little bit drunk, but I'm going to make a run at this. Hello? All right. So fractal geometry.
You fucked up already.
Fuck
I'll
you, Joe.
accept it.
I'm going to do it. Fractal geometry basically states that a large sample of something directly imitates the reaction of a small sample of something. So if you take a macro version of a thing and you look at it, it will resemble the micro version of it and the normal scale version of it. So at miles, at thousands of miles, or at 1 mile, it will essentially measure out the same way. That is a fractal concept. I don't think reality is fractal.
Whoa. As above, so below, as within, so without.
Sort of.
When you look inside of your body, it looks like the universe. It looks like the systems are similar.
Right. No, you're not wrong. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that it's most observable in things like fjord coasts, barrier strands of beaches, and like the desert Southwest drainage fields. These things are fractal geometries.
Look at the Barbie Sasquatch. I just seen monarch butterflies fly out of her head, you know, because she seems like she loves this fractal idea. You know what I mean? You love this fractal idea, don't you?
I don't know how, like, I don't know how he doesn't understand that, because I just whenever they were saying as above, so below, I was like, wait a minute. So why does he not understand the way the universe? Carry on though. I'm listening.
I think she would agree. The big is like the small, and it's exactly what reality is like. That's what we've been taught.
Right.
What's his name? One of the pharaohs said, "You know why I am a god? I think they'd become gods by then. I don't even think it was king of the world. It might have been god of the universe by that point." He says, "Because I know the secret, as above, so below." And the last part of it was as within, so without.
I said God. You got to start with God.
I don't think that would be a God's doctrine at all. At least I don't know.
If we're going to have the Pantheon conversation, we can do that, but I think that might be a little bit of a different stream.
If we're talking about the building, I drew the frieze when I was in college. If we're talking about the building.
Well, here's where I would argue though, is like, how can we know?
True story.
How can we know what's going to happen, you know, in like light years
Parthenon,
away?
I'm sorry, the Parthenon. Yeah, go ahead.
How do we know what's going to happen light years away? But then, like this, all right, I'll give you an example. 3 days ago, they said no rain this week, and then it rained for 3 days in a row. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, they don't even know what the weather's going to be tomorrow yet. They know like what's happening, you know, on the other side of the galaxy or the other side of the universe. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of suspicious to me.
Admittedly,
The real talk is that they already had these concepts before. Okay, they had the concept of basically dark matter because they called it the ether. You know, like you could look it up in ancient Greece. They knew about ether. You know, they
I would
thought
agree
space
with you.
was like
Aether.
yeah. You know, they thought space was this super dense material that we were swimming around in, and then they didn't believe in gravity. They believed in electromagnetism.
Machine,
You know, holding
bro.
the planets
Are you
together,
talking
and that's just as good of an
phlogiston?
explanation as gravity itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are
So
we looking to phlogiston? Do you want to have the phlogiston conversation? I mean, we can take that route, but I would rather not. I've been drinking a little bit, and I might stumble over some of those words.
I don't know. Instead of naming out these names, I think we should just have these conversations then, because I don't know none of them damn names at all. Phlogiston.
You have the aether. The aether is a solid firmament that holds the universe together. And within the aether, you have the phlogiston, which is a fiery vitriolic element that makes everything break apart whenever it encounters it. However, angels, demons, and such things, they can pass through these things and come into our own quote unquote etheric sphere. Am I wrong?
I think there was
It sucks, but all that sounds logical to me.
I mean, I think there was a truth drop in Ace Ventura 2, Pet Detective. I mean, when Nature Calls, he said, remember when he hawks a loogie on the guy and he says it's the mucus that binds us? That's the aether right there.
it says in the book of Enoch that there's angels that control the clouds and they let a little bit of rain out at a time. And if you look at the weather reports today, they can't measure the clouds. They can't predict 3 days of weather at a time. You know, nobody can predict the next storm that's coming. So I mean, you know, because it functions off of chaos math. Dude, you know, like game theory math. Video. You know, because you can't measure the clouds the same way you can't measure a shoreline. You know what I'm saying? So it's on some shit where like science can't go there. You know, it just can't go there. You know what I mean? And there's places where science can't go. You know, it can't go to mind. You know, for example, you know. Science can't explain the mind. You know, it can't explain.
The weird thing about game theory is that game theory does describe chaos, but chaos theory cannot explain game theory.
I mean, this is God's technological realm that we're living in. You know, it's like
I'm not wrong. You know, I'm right.
I disagree.
The Heisenberg uncertainty principle. That sounds like you're talking about with the
exactly. That's exactly what we're talking about. I just didn't say that. I said it the way he would understand, and the rest of you crackers use it.
Yeah, it's crazy when they got the character in the show Breaking Bad. You know, they got the Heisenberg character, and he walks out of the thing with the hoodie on, and he puts the you know, like I think he like puts like some sort of organic material in some box or something and makes some building explode. You know, so he's like a terrorist, you know, and they're showing him as you know, Ted K, you know, because they're showing him with the glasses and the hoodie, you know, so it's crazy that they use that image of the Unabomber right in that scene right after he blew up the apartment.
The show, so I didn't.
Yeah, it's in the show. You know, they use Teddy K in the show to like right when he becomes the character Heisenberg.
Right.
You know, and in the show they're using it as an allusion to that physics shit because the dude is a chemistry teacher in the show.
Right.
So he's talking about the Heisenberg.
You know, I heard, I've never seen a series, but the fuck is all over the place, and I watch YouTube all the time, so I know about it. And I heard that's where his name came from. That
he recreates himself as a mob boss, and the name he takes as his mob boss character is Heisenberg. And some shit.
Oh, so like that show is supposed to be Ted Kaczynski? What's his name?
Yeah, they show him like with the hoodie and in the aviator glasses, and he's leaving the building right after something blows up. That's when he becomes Heisenberg. I don't know. For people who saw the show, they'll know what I'm talking about.
I don't think. I hope you're not asking. I don't want dude misled. I don't think he's saying that it follows Ted Kaczynski's life and it's supposed to show how Ted Kaczynski's life. That wasn't the question. I don't think.
Did you ever read that thing that he wrote? Yeah. Kaczynski?
Yeah, I read some of that
That
crazy
was a
shit.
trip,
Yeah, I
man.
study that. Yeah, we study that on my show.
Oh, maybe I heard it there.
I heard that his
Careful.
mentor had a lot to do with that. His teacher was doing experiments of his own, and he used Ted as that. And I had read Ted's writings first, and after hearing about how fucked up his teacher was, he set out to intentionally gaslight him and belittle him and things like that. It's like he did create Ted, and Ted, you know, he was angry about the institutions and shit. You know,
Well, but that's how that's why I'm kind of anti-education, because I think a lot more of the education system really gets like that. I mean, when you go to college and you try to study like a real like heavy duty shit,
yeah.
like you get hazed by these fucking
Oh yeah,
professors, man. They do not want you up in there disagreeing with shit. You know, like
yeah,
they pretty
yeah.
much like they're there to railroad you if you cross the
Yes,
line. You know.
like a cop, you're supposed to learn what's structured, and if you rebel, you will certainly not be rewarded, perhaps even punished, but you will certainly not advance and shit as the motherfuckers who just take their indoctrination like they're supposed to.
Yeah, there's exceptions to the rules. I mean, I know machine lies knows exceptions to the rule, but the rule I think in general is like you kind of see the way things are. Is like they don't really want people coming
Taboo.
and changing the
So
order.
how
You
much
know,
of the truth is indoctrination and how much is actually true?
any good lie is gonna have a lot of truth in it.
Yeah, this makes sense, right? The best ones will have at least some truth in it. Some college professors or jobs or whatever, it's easier.
So is the
And
globe the excellent lie or the fundamental truth?
you know, I just really been jumping on flat earthers lately. I already feel bad.
Instead of
Trying not
bringing
to.
up flat earth, let's just talk
Bro,
about
you
the
can't.
globe for a second.
Just simple
Is it a lie
math and
or
simple
truth?
observations will tell you that it's a globe,
Simple.
man.
Why
You
would
could,
we keep calling this shit simple when we know damn well it's not?
No, it is very simple. I'm sorry, I disagree.
yeah, it's simple.
Of the sun, you can drive 100 miles. You have a car. Do you own a car?
Yeah, my bad. Everybody does own a car. Yeah,
In
I
a
do.
couple of few hours, you can drive 100 miles. If you can
You think
move
they called
100
Nixon from the moon?
north,
You think they
north
called
and
him?
south,
You did a good job going to the moon. Good job. Like you think they made a
good
phone
job.
call?
It's Kubrick's best work. But if you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
drive
true. No,
100
there
miles,
you go. But the rest is
you
true.
can
Like
define the
they say, my
outside perimeter
feet are
of life.
real, my legs are fake. You know what I mean? The whole thing's bullshit.
If
Bro.
I drive 100 miles, I can do what?
Yeah,
Yeah, if dude would stop
it'd be
talking
flat.
over him and let him talk, yo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let the man talk, man.
That's joking's purpose. He wants to try to kill the globe idea, and so he just speaks over anyone who talks about globe anything. But anyone would
Well, I
basically
wouldn't be nodding my head. That shows extreme weakness. You're nodding your head like, yes, I can't hold with logic. I got to do that. Stop that, man.
Just go outside. It's flat. No,
basic geometry. Look up
go ahead. I'm
who
sorry.
was the triangle guy? Isosceles. Go
But
check out
oh,
Isosceles. You can
Pythagoras?
fucking work out the Pythagoras. That's a good one too.
that's,
He'll do it. Pythagoras. That's the one. My bad. I've been drinking since like 9:30. Fuck y'all equally. I'm still on par. We're doing good. Joe, am I not doing good? I'll leave immediately if I'm not doing good.
Listen.
Did you ask if he was a triangle guy? Are you a
Yeah,
triangle guy?
Isosceles triangle when he was talking about the Pythagorean theorem.
That's what he means. I
Maybe.
my buddy.
Okay, what's the simple experiment though?
Okay, so if you can travel 100 miles north and south, if you go to the north, you pick a given day. You can't do this months apart. You have to do this like one day, then the next, right? Preferably the same day if possible. Not always possible. So 100 miles north of wherever you live, drive a
Already
station.
sounding less simple, but my bad. Go ahead.
No, it's just simple and logical.
Relatively simple. It's just that it takes a wide range.
Okay, have you done it?
Yes. Back when I was in school, we did this whole thing with my science teacher. He was a little bit of a nut, but we went and did this thing, and he looked at us and was like, "Okay, So you measured that, right? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, you measured this, right? I was like, yeah. He was like, okay, what's the difference? I'm like, 26 degrees or whatever. He's like, why? So I had to sit down and work out why it was that there was a 23.5 point degree.
Oh, I don't understand. What did you do?
Measured shadows.
Preferably at noon, you measure the shadows. You can do it at any given time, but at noon, it's easiest. 100 miles north, 100 miles south, and where you live. On the same longitude, you'll end up with a triangle that points straight at the source of the sun. Basic triangles.
Okay.
Nothing extreme. Nothing
If my
amazing.
microphone is the sun, and I drive
You
here,
go.
and then I drive here.
Longitudinally, specifically.
Okay, but you see what I'm saying? Like, we're still just moving to different.
You are. But on a globe, you will move to different angles than you will on a plane.
Wait, hold up. A globe and angle does not make sense.
It
Because
does.
globes don't have
Even
Right,
on a
it's
round
have
surface,
the
my
top
dear.
of-
On a round surface, you still have to take into account the angles. I'm sorry, I can't help
So,
that. That's a very basic premise here.
What's the triangle that you're supposed to?
No,
Problems.
I get it. I do.
So what is the result that you're supposed to get from the shadows here?
So it gives you the ability to measure using the speed of light and the angles of descent of both of the shadows specifically. You can determine how far away the sun is from the surface of the earth. Because you
Yeah,
have
it's like a basic like shit in like trigonometry. Like that's
Yes.
like yeah,
Exactly.
like trigonometry.
Exactly.
But you can't do a Pythagorean theorem because you only have one variable.
No, you have two variables because you know where you are on the north and you know where you are on the south, and you can calculate the angle of the third variable.
Where you are on the north, that's the same axis. North and south is the same axis.
Okay, you're not wrong, but it's a triangle. It's not a square.
Right. You have 2 points, which
2
gives
points.
you one side.
One side, which gives you an angle to the source of light. The source of light is the third point. The angle of the shadow is the angle of attack.
So we've got the two inside angles. And
It doesn't matter. It's a triangle. Once you have two angles, you can fix the rest.
Man, somebody's got to.
I'm sorry.
You don't have enough. You don't have enough variables, though.
Once
Somebody in chat. Is anybody want to draw this out?
curve. I'm not going to say there's not a curve on this. There is a curve because you are on a globe. If you're not on a globe, this would not work. And so there's a curve, and I can't tell you the specific angle because
You understand how that's not a very convincing argument. This thing
how that could be a problem, but if you can go fuck yourself equally.
Well, that was a valiant attempt to prove something that we've had this talk before too, and the last time I was equally as confused because you don't have enough variables.
I know. We ended at exactly the same spot, having the same conversation. It's okay, dude. I
thought this one would end the flat Earth debate alone. When you watch the sun set every day, the flat Earth argument is it disappears into the sky. And it gets so tiny you just can't see it. But in reality, we see it. Yeah, we see it drop down big every fucking night.
It does both. And Barbie sent pictures over, and I shared it on screen that she had taken where the sun is really small on the horizon.
Wait. It does not do both. You've never seen it in your life vanish into a pinpoint. That's not a thing. It would have been on the news.
It wouldn't be a thing, would it? It's the source of light. You're not going to lose sight of it until it's like gone.
No, but that's what's supposed to happen. But you watch it drop down behind something while it's still visible, while it's still big enough to see every day.
Conversion.
Or
perspective. It's perspective, right? We this is simple shit.
Joe, I want you to do me a favor right now. Just breathe cleanly. Just breathe.
Breathe that joint, man.
I'll smoke some more. I thought
think
that
it's
would like
interesting.
end the conversation and everybody be like, "Oh, you're
I
right."
personally have never. This has never been my fight that I want to be in, because it's just
This
too
is
much
not
for
the
people to
one.
get over, right?
Yeah.
So I never try to convince people of this. That said, I do find it fascinating how irate Globies get, and how
It's illegally fun to me too.
and how irate NASA people get when I scumbag NASA.
Yes.
There is nobody who was more outraged than a NASA lover when you say we didn't go to the moon. They come unfucking glued.
No, there's nothing funnier than a flat earther retreating to when you show them something that's real, retreating to NASA lied to you. Like
They're
all
different.
knowledge is built
They're
on
different
NASA.
topics.
That's just hilarious, bro.
They're different topics, and I'm still waiting for that proof.
Which proof?
So y'all think we went to the moon? Why we ain't went back?
Why come there's not a picture?
It's the
Why'd we go the first time?
I didn't say we didn't. I didn't say we didn't.
Just one picture is all I want, and I'll be with it.
We answering questions with
Prove it.
questions.
With it. Yeah, I'm with it.
90% of flat Earth arguments start with "I saw this video."
This
That's how
obscure
90% of
black and white
everybody. That's how
shaky
everybody gets
Patterson
all
footage
information.
video.
Hell, I mean, I think every
Just
other
like
argument
that,
would be I
and just
learned
like
in
that, we
school.
summon the man himself.
Most of them will be I learned in school.
I can show
from
you a
somebody.
clear picture
you-
from the
if you
space
mention
flat
station.
Earth,
Welcome
if
to
you
the
mention
He will
Mandela,
arise. He will show.
Explains it better than Dave.
Dave, teach these knuckleheads something.
What's going on with you folks on here tonight? Is he still
What's
going
going
on about
on?
that pinpoint, son?
I talk
Is he
over
still
it.
going on about that pinpoint, son?
He is. And even
That's-
though last time he was up here talking about this, Barbie sent a picture she'd taken herself where that sun is tiny just above the horizon.
As if I gotta look at a picture. I see the sun every fucking day. You see it every day.
I looked up.
If I ask you what the sun looked like, you could tell me. If someone sent you one fucking picture, you change your mind suddenly? What?
I sent him about
What?
20.
I didn't change my mind.
Well, we know the
I mean, the
sun
sun to the
goes
sun,
down.
the
It's
sun
still
looks
this
significantly
big
smaller
every
in that
time
picture.
it goes down at night.
It
It's
does
massive.
both.
It's
Regardless
never when the
of the
sun,
model.
little when it goes poof. That's never happened in the history
Smoke
of
more weed.
mankind.
Smoke more
Stop
weed.
it.
Smoke more weed. Regardless
No,
of
it's the fun part.
regardless of which model, it will drop and it will shrink in both of them.
No,
Yeah.
there is no flat Earth model. First of all, it's not a thing. Stop it.
What does Cecil think?
Y'all need like 6 of them to make it work. You know, how does the sun rise? You use one model. How do the seasons change? You use another model. Where's the moon? You use another model. It's crazy.
All right. Now pretend Cecil's head is the globe.
Yes.
It's way too shiny, bro. We're gonna have to
Yes.
get a little
That's why you can't see the
Can you rub
stars
some
on the
dirt on
moon.
it so it's more realistic?
Yeah, you need to dust it up. All right, that's good.
It's too much light pollution, man. We can't take pictures.
Watch Cecil's head.
All right, now
So-
draw America on it.
Shiny as shit, ain't it? You put like turtle wax on it.
Don't forget Bimini. We gotta have Bimini in there. Go ahead and put a dot on Bimini.
But you do understand how the inverse square law of light works, right? When it comes to like the brightness of the moon.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, who doesn't understand that?
Everybody understands that. It's
Well,
just
I mean that the lumens get exponentially more the closer you get to the source of light. Okay, and it's an exponential amount. So if you can actually read a newspaper headline under the full moonlight from an object that's supposedly 237,000 miles away, almost 250,000 miles, then what happens is you have to double the amount of lumens for every length of distance, for every time you half the distance or double the distance. And so what happens is we had guys supposedly go and stand on a moon that really should have been burning their retinas out.
I bet you that sounds anyway. I bet you can't tell me why the moon lights up at night.
That's right.
You cannot, correct?
That's right. It's its
Can
own
you tell
source-
me why the
it's its own
sun
source of-
shines?
It's its
Can
own
you tell
source
me
of-
why the sun shines?
No, can you?
Joe, hold on, Joe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you tell me how the sun shines, Joe?
Hold on,
What is the
Sasquatch.
source
We're
of
in
the
nuclear
energy of the
fission,
sun?
but we're going to move on to another point about those guys standing on the moon, not getting their eyeballs fried out of their skulls. They were all
No.
wearing helmets. If they weren't wearing helmets, they would have been sucked into a tiny vacuous ball.
Have you seen the photographs from the moon?
I do
Yeah,
have
they have
just-
video,
Never landed
photographs.
on the
Yeah.
moon.
that is Kubrick's best work.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you know, what we saw is in no way reflective, no pun intended, of what we should have actually seen in that. Yeah, that's what my camera.
From the guy who thinks the sun vanishes into a pinpoint every night. How valid is your fucking scientific?
Nobody said anything about. You're the only one, Joe. You're the only motherfucker on here that has said anything about a sun vanishing to a pinpoint. You're the only one.
Well, you might not have said it tonight,
You
but we
don't
argued about it
understand. You don't.
for
Do you
6
understand?
hours the other night.
Do you understand? Because you don't understand hyperbolic geometry.
Hyperbolic geometry. Can
Yeah.
you give at least a small like crib course in this real quick?
Sure,
Like,
absolutely, absolutely.
May I have 10 minutes to learn this?
Sure. I mean, it's not really all that hard to learn. In fact, I've got a video on it if you want to see.
We'll be looking.
It's because what you demonstrate on paper often is two-dimensional orthographic geometry,
Right.
which is not taking into account the
Spherical
perspective of
geometry.
the observer. Now, what we see in is a hyperbolic state or an isometric state, if you will, a three-dimensional.
Hypercurvature.
Everything comes in and converges
Yeah,
to
as
the
cone.
center in our board. Right. So when
Right,
you're
right,
looking
right.
at
I got you.
okay, so when you're looking at two-dimensional geometry, you're showing an observer here, and you're showing the sun go across here. Well, that's not absolutely true to the perspective of the viewer. And that can be demonstrated when you start to understand that all lines are going to converge. And
All lines
so these things-
converge at
right.
a vanishing point away from
Right.
the observer. And so
Right.
you're trying to dictate gravity as being a defining point of observer.
No, there's gravity. What's that got to do with it?
I'm just trying to figure out where your basis of measurement lies.
Yeah,
Speed of
gravity
light,
doesn't have
is
a
the speed of light the point of distance for the observer?
No, you have a limited.
What's the limit?
About
What's the limit?
About 3 miles. You have about 3 miles.
3 miles?
Across the horizon, absolutely. To be able to resolve an object. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
can
not
see the
laughing
Sears
at you.
Tower at
Yeah.
6 miles from my house in Chicago. I can not the Sears Tower now. It's called the Willis Tower. I can see it from my house 6 miles away.
I have a quick question for Joe in between Dave's school and everybody. Real quick. Joe, why just a quick thing. How come is it that what is it about flat earthers you love so much that you spend every waking hour?
Oh, it is
live
entertaining.
online.
I don't know. Okay,
Hanging
here.
out with flat earthers. No, honestly, good
I'll
luck,
tell you. I'll
farm,
give you the truth. This is
good
the truth.
conversation.
It is the child in me. It is the troll in me. I cannot resist a motherfucker who can't understand third grade math trying to explain to me pressure in the gas chamber. Nothing could be fucking funnier. Here, now keep going. This is the truth. The cognitive dissonance that they must live in, I could poke at that shit forever. It is so fucking entertaining, bro. I can't get enough of
You're
it.
getting angry. Joe's getting angry.
You said it, don't make it so.
Angry.
This will explain what I'm talking about right here. What was the guy's name that was just talking to me? Yeah, there it is. I can't read that. It's so small.
The white guy, the black guy, which one?
The white guy.
That would be Caucasian.
Oh, Sasquatch.
Sasquatch. Wookie man. All right, check this out.
And then it hit me.
Yeah, no, I get it. Right.
Hang on.
Okay, so that bottom line is round.
Swatch.
Round. The ground is round. You've broken the math at the very beginning because the ground is round.
I've been
Okay.
discussing on my couple of my videos about this notion that the sun would never make it to the horizon. And a couple people showed me diagrams, and I hadn't come up with a really good illustration to completely debunk this idea until now. So that's why I got inspired to do this video. Yeah, first of all, let me just say I don't know how high the sun is, so I'll just go with the 3,000.
He's got to say that through the gate, right?
And
right? We don't know certain things because
he's got to make it super low for his logic.
We're not figuring a
85%.
distance, Joe. So stop fucking kvetching. Watch for the information that's being provided. You can't absorb the information. Listen, you can't absorb the information if your mouth is running, right?
I'm the mad guy.
So this is what I was trying. This is what I was trying. This is what I was trying to get through to you the other night.
You know, sometimes people stop and talk while a video is on. They usually don't get yelled at and told to shut the fuck up.
Joe, that's because you're taking the, they have to say that. We're not figuring out a height, Joe. So instead of looking for what's wrong, absorb the information. This is why you don't get any information, is because you're too busy trying to refute it in your head and figure out what you're going to say.
And I'm the mad guy. I can understand dumbicity quickly. I see where it's going, and it's dumb.
Is it? Where's it going? Where's it going?
It really is. He's going to say the sun can only be like 6,000 feet. Therefore, it vanishes into what seems like the horizon because it was high in the air.
Wrong fucking answer, Joe. Missed it. So once again, your attempt
we'll
at
see.
telling the
We'll
future.
see. I don't need
your
your
attempt at telling the future failed again.
All right.
Okay.
Let's
so
see.
stop trying to tell the future.
Listen, if you start with them ad-homs, bro, I'm better at it.
It looks good.
Ad hominems just don't work, man. They don't work.
There's a couple things true about it, right? It's showing the sun traversing over the ground, over the flat earth, and it's parallel to the ground. So it had that going for it. And it's showing that when the sun is further away from you, it angles down, just like perspective. Same as this guy, Daz, the cameraman or something is his name. He has a video out and he shows this picture. And it's the same thing. It still shows a parallel sun to the ground, and instead of moving the sun, he's moving the observer. But it's the same diagram. If you flip it upside down, it looks like identical. Anyway, so it's the same notion. So I was a little bit perplexed. I was like, wait a second. You know,
it works on a globe if you flip it over.
I know it's wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, it's got perspective. So I thought, and then it hit me. What's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture is that they are attempting to calculate visual angles to the sun from a non-visual, non-perspective drawing. So the drawing is not taking the visual perspective of the observer into account, and that's what's wrong with this diagram. You see, you cannot calculate visual angles to convergent positions, which is where the sun is from the observer, by using non-convergent parallel lines, which is what they're doing in the diagram here. They have two parallel lines, and they're drawing visual angles.
Who made the diagram?
It's true that this drawing is an accurate representation of actual relationships and positions of the observer to the sun, but it's a non-perspective side view representation. So this diagram is not accurate at all as it relates to the perspective of the observer. So if we add perspective lines, we get a complete.
Oh, wow. It disappeared into the horizon, like I said.
Wow.
All right, Joe.
Amazing.
Hang in there. Hang in there. Quit grasping, Joe.
Not an illustration.
So far, I'm right, huh?
Reality. Okay. This that they put up here, although it has a lot of truth, in it, showing the parallel sun and all that, it's nothing but some geometry. I mean, they're showing us some angles, but it has nothing to do with perspective and how we would see the sun. So it's bunk. So in this next slide here,
he says shit. What is he talking about? Debunked.
Joe, he's going to do it. Hang in there. Stop reaching and kvetching. Just hang tight.
Fetching. It's fetching. It's fetching. Use your.
The way they're representing the sun as staying parallel to the ground is not correct. The sun would follow these perspective lines, and what they really are is spatial planes, right? They're invisible spatial planes that are around your z-axis. Now, your z-axis goes from your eyes, a straight line out from your eye in any direction. Okay, that's your z-axis. So anything parallel to that will start to converge toward that focal point or the horizon, right? In line with that z-axis. Everything does. Any lines going away from you are going to all converge. Yet this diagram that they show us, saying that these are the visual angles to the sun, have no convergence. The lines are parallel. So look at these parallel lines and look how they converge. They completely go against this geometric drawing or these angles and these formulas. They don't work.
Can we pause this so I can tell how stupid it is?
Please, pretty please.
Bring him to this video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe?
All right. This is absolutely nonsensical for a host of reasons. First of which, I've seen planes fly. This is why you had to have the sun low. If it's high at 60,000 feet and shit like that, when it disappears, you know it happens to the same thing as a plane. Planes don't disappear behind the horizon. This logic is dumb. Plus, according to you, Cat, you can only see 3.5 miles. So the sun, again, must be close to you to disappear so fast. If it's miles high, if the sun is really high, it goes so far you're not supposed to see it after 3.5 miles. None of your logic holds.
How fast is the sun going, Joe?
It will have nothing to do with what I
it
just
does
said.
have
I
everything to do with
guarantee
it, Joe. Oh, what's bigger, an airplane that you saw flying or the sun?
Oh, now big things matter. I thought I couldn't see more than
Which one
3.5
is bigger?
miles.
Which one is bigger? Which one is bigger?
Perspective.
Well, Saab, you have a lot of questions. Do you have any answers? You tell me. Wait.
I know the fucking
I'll answer afterwards. How big is the sun?
If
Well,
you
answer.
know,
Tell
you
me. You
please.
tell me how big the sun is.
I have no idea.
Well, then you kind of, asking me a question which you have no idea the answer to.
Well,
if I
you
say the
apparently-
sun's the size of an
would it
orange,
be
I
safe
may
to
be
say-
right. You
would it be
don't know.
safe to say that the sun is bigger than an airplane.
I don't know about you guys. You probably think it's, I don't know. All right, be nice, Joe. Be nice.
Do you think
be
it would
nice.
be safe to say that
No,
the
Joe,
sun
please.
is bigger than an airplane?
Release the monster, baby.
Don't
He's
do that.
stupid, yeah.
Don't do that, man.
I mean,
That's cool.
it's common sense,
So-
man.
I would agree. Let's play the rest of the video, bro.
All right.
Show them this picture. And
I will
this is
stop.
how
I'll
the
apologize.
photograph is the reality. That's how we see everything. So this.
Do you see how all the lines from the
Oh
bottom
my-
down start to appear like they're going up straight
That's not
along?
in
This
real life, bro.
stays parallel with his vision. All the rest of this starts to converge to that point as it goes off into the distance.
All right.
Going away from you parallel to the ground and then calculating your angles to the sun based on that is wrong and it doesn't work. Okay, and quickly notice with this line of converging parallel lines or planes. Notice how the higher up they get, or the further away they get from the yellow line, which is your z-axis, notice how they orient themselves more and more vertically and less horizontally. Also notice how all the lines converge at the same point, the vanishing point. It doesn't matter how high they are, they all go to the same place, which, interestingly enough, means that no matter how high that object is going away from you, it visually goes to the same place. Okay, here's the wall of lines again. Notice
No shit. The sun and the stars set behind the horizon. He's brilliant.
But from the observer, which is this little guy down here, this is what these parallel planes or parallel lines would look like. They just happen to be represented by these wooden planks, right? But that's actual perspective. What they represent as the sun up here traveling parallel to the ground is not perspective. Yet
I'm sorry. My wife has ordered me to stop cringing so much.
Perspective drawing, right? Their maths are based on
Keep making noises. I'm sorry.
right? Two parallel lines. Well, you can't because that's not the perspective of the observer. The observer sees these lines, the converging.
He's
lines.
just being redundant. We get it.
So as you can see, this is the reality, the one here where the sun travels down. The green sun's here.
I can say I understand what he's trying to explain, but I really don't.
Yes, but that goes against that 3.5 mile vision thing, and it makes the sun massive, which supports our argument again.
Right? Look at their sun.
Dude, I'm not even saying the sun's anything in particular. I'm just saying it's
These lines is parallel to the ground, even though they appear to be converging, and yet they represent different altitudes.
like he's showing the observer.
I think we've lost the class.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Yes, agreed.
I do. I'll stop. I'll go away. I'm
And
sorry.
here's the thing. I don't know. Actually, Dave's probably had luck convincing people. It doesn't seem like anybody changes their mind until like.
No one's gonna change their
But we're
mind.
gonna drip on it. You're
Hey,
a little.
Dave.
I know
By
it's
the
been
way,
calcified.
Dave,
Yo.
I looked up that name, Ron Nodell or whatever it is, the guy from the Netflix thing.
Bob Nodell, yeah.
Someone's got some shit going on, electrical shit going on in the background.
The fan.
All right, can you mute your mic, whoever that is?
Amen.
Let's all mute.
All right. Well, when we talked a day or two ago, we had talked about how he got bust out with the gyroscopic evidence, where they bought this, I don't know, $20,000 gyroscope, and it showed that they were wrong. And you told me that his words were, "The movie lied. I never said that." And actually, I said it worked for us. Which is not what he said. Some chick recorded what he said, and he said, "Keep it between us," and he did not. And what he said was, "This is really bad. We just spent $20,000 on this. We can't accept these findings," and blah blah. And the opposite of what you said.
Were you paying attention when I played the video by Bob Nodell regarding that?
Well, I wasn't finished. You jumped in. All right. So it seems to me that this guy who had this meeting with this woman and said, we got to come up with something because we've been bust out and it's the end of the world. It seems like he would come up and say, no, I never said that. What I really said was, when you got him on tape and everything happening there, he's coming up with that as a desperate out because his identity is sad for that flat earth nonsense. He spent a lot of people's money. He had to say that.
So he had to say that. You didn't get the part where they had edited it and he actually shows the data. Were you paying attention at all when I showed that, or were you busy trying to figure out what to say next to believe?
I probably was not paying attention at all because the previous 99 things you said were not nonsensical. You probably
didn't
lost
pay any
me
attention at all, and you want to rehash something that I proved to you were wrong about, but you didn't pay any attention to.
No, that's your contention. I think with a third of my brain asleep, I still understand that shit on one foot. So yes, I grasp what he said and what you said. So you never showed the proof of him showing edited footage that they edited the Netflix flicks. You never showed that.
Joe, did you also know, you missed obviously the part about where they were not allowed to any of the footage or anything else like that? They're not allowed even to use it.
Wait, the first part of your statement, is it true that he showed where Netflix edited his footage?
Yeah, he talked exactly about it because they went up to Pikes Peak. Do you remember what he said, what happened when he went up to Pikes Peak with the same experiment and they tried it over in different places at different elevations?
Right. So are you saying now that
what the fucking video said or not?
Yes, I remember.
What did it say?
Well, we're not even there yet.
Yeah, well, listen, Joe, if you're going
first of all, no, you're not just going to keep jumping subjects. We're still talking about the first thing, and you're trying to jump to the next.
If Netflix is your best proof of any fucking thing,
no, that's not. I never even saw the series. You're in your head. I never even saw the Netflix series.
Why the fuck are you even talking about it? You don't even know anything.
I'm talking about something else. You're trying to jump subjects like you always do. Your assertion was, I said all we had was his words. You said he showed where they cut the footage. That was your assertion. Do you still say it's true?
Yes, I said he told about where they put the bucket.
You said showed, nothing out of his mouth. Whatever, I said he said a thing.
Joe,
you said he showed it.
Joe, you don't even know anything about what you're fucking talking about to begin with.
I know you can't admit that you're wrong. Is that true?
Why would you even? What was
you say silly shit you can't back up and just move on like it's real. I'm holding you to it. Is your statement true?
Joe, you didn't.
Did he show them editing anything?
Okay, no, Joe, they didn't show.
Well, stop saying crazy shit all the time.
All right, well, here's how stupid you are. You thought that the experiment was supposed to show curvature of the Earth, but you're so fucking stupid that you didn't know that the
I said
goddamn
rotation
experiment was
and
to show
curvature,
rotation. It
knucklehead.
didn't show anything about curvature. How in the fuck
I
would that
said
show curvature?
your own video shows that it says through
It doesn't say
showing
any
the
fucking thing
movement.
about
I'm sorry, don't
curvature.
cut me off. It's not going to make it wrong. It says is made to determine the rotation, and therefore we can
I got it.
determine
I
the
got the fucking
curvature.
video right
That
now.
is literally what your guy said.
Hey Joe, I got the fucking video right now. It's
You
queued up
should
right
play
now.
the opening line where the very first 60
got it
seconds
queued
he's
up.
going to say, good. The very first 60 seconds he's going to say it was meant to measure the rotation, and therefore we could determine the curvature if the Earth's round. Those are going to be its exact words. Now let it play.
How in the fuck?
Let it play. We don't have to argue. Let it play.
No, Joe. How in the fuck would movement determine curvature?
Oh, we're looking at the Earth right here. Yeah.
Look at that globe. No,
come on, Joe, I want you to tell me how
Joe,
determining if the Earth or the sky is moving would tell you if the Earth was round.
I don't know, but the video you played, I do believe is about to show it in the first 60 seconds.
You would have to alter perspective. You're measuring from a single perspective at all fucking cases. Every time you bring up an argument about measurement is from the observer. The observer never moves in your examples, and those observers must move to measure a circle. In order to get any measurements on a curve, you have to move the observer, or the source of light must move. And in both cases, if you measure at the same point in time, you'll come up with the same observations. Joe, anybody? Up to you. I'm too drunk to really do this.
No, you're right. You measure the fucking where the light. You can determine from your 2 points where the light goes, and I'm with you.
Here's an easy way to do it. Here's an easy way to do
You're
it.
not gonna play that video in the first 60 seconds. He's gonna say that.
No, I'm not. I'm not playing the video. This is
Okay.
I'm not playing the video. No.
All right, you better not play the video, motherfucker, because you're wrong again.
Okay, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Play the video,
Really, Joe?
coward. Play it. Play it. You know it says
You are the
curvature
most ignorant
and
motherfucker
rotation.
I've ever seen.
Play
in
it
my
now.
life.
Play
All
it
right?
now.
Hold on
Coward.
1 minute, Joe. If you could shut your fucking stupid mouth
You're
for
bad,
about 2
bro.
seconds and let a motherfucker talk.
Flo, that's what mad looks like. Flo,
All right.
what you're accusing me of, that's what it looks like.
Wow. So you just can't shut
This
the
is braggadocious nonsense.
fuck, right? You're just an ignorant big mouth fuck. That's it. You are. For real. So anyway,
I get you, man. I've still got tough skin. Get it out, bro. Get it out.
Sasquatch. Anyway, you were saying what would be
Thank you, Flo. I'm having so much fun. I'm gonna sit here and watch for a little while. Kick me out.
My pleasure. Now, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, go. Fight. Fight, 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 fight.
I thought you was showing the video.
I was trying to make a statement now for the last 3.5, 5 minutes, maybe. Your fucking mouth can't shut up because you're an ignorant fucking loudmouth.
Well, there's 3 of us.
But you know that shit don't really affect me. So you gotta waste your time.
You're dumber than a fucking bag of
Fucking
hammers.
little bitch crying about it. Fuck him. I had to throw that in there. I fucking hate that guy. Anyway.
So anyway, how far, how much curvature do you reckon that there should be in, say, 9 miles of landscape or
I reckon you should play the video and stop the birding.
No. You won't watch it. You won't understand any of it.
You're just gonna jump when you see something you don't like. You're gonna jump topics again. You could prove yourself by playing that video. You're gonna jump topics again. That's what flat earthers do. You just said that I was a dumb and all of that because the gyroscope would have never measured rotation, right?
No,
it would have just measured
close to
it would have
what the fuck
just
I
measured
said.
it would just measure rotation, not curvature.
How you want to tell me how a gyroscope could measure curvature?
No. I want you to stick to one thing at a time. I said
what instrument did they use to do this experiment, Joe?
I said you can deflect all you want.
I'm not deflecting, you ignorant.
All right, this
fuck.
what was said. And I think I'll go back to the ad homs. This is fun to me. You're already mad. Fuck it. Might as well give your ass a heart attack. Yeah,
I got a lot of them. I got a lot of them.
So
I
you
I got-
know they were using a gyroscope for this experiment, right, Joe?
If you want,
thought I was talking.
Okay. Do you know that they were using a gyroscope for the experiment?
I thought I was talking. You're
Okay,
talking
well,
now.
go ahead. Whatever, you got to go.
All right,
Go
thank you.
ahead. Say whatever.
I said that the experiment, they took a gyroscope up in the air and on mountains and what have you to determine the rotation and whether the earth was round. And you
No.
said, excuse me, and you said that's not possible, you can't tell. And I said, sure. In the first 60 seconds, your guy said we wanted to measure the rotation because then we know if it was round or not. That's what I said.
So, Joe,
Yeah.
a gyroscope will not tell you the shape of an object.
That's the video you showed me, man.
I
You're
don't
gonna be
give a
arguing
fuck
against
what
your
the
own
hell.
guy again. I'm
Joe,
just saying.
No, Joe, he's correct. The
A
gyroscope,
gyroscope will not tell you. In fact, a gyroscope won't work on a fucking ball.
Yeah. Well,
Okay?
play
It
the
won't.
vid.
It won't.
Play the
gyroscope
vid.
is
All
a
right.
ball. Hold on, a gyroscope is a ball, and so by definition, it does work on a
Well,
ball.
it's not really. It's an inertial plane. It's a disc. It's a
Okay.
disc.
Okay. A single gyroscope is a disc. A
Yeah.
multiple gyroscope, as in the type we use to measure three-dimensional movement, is essentially measuring a sphere of space.
Well, yeah, it's an X and a Y. All you've got is an X and a Y. That's it right there. You've got
X,
a vertical
Y,
and a
and
plumb.
tangent.
You've got a
missed
plumb and a
already.
horizontal, right?
X, no, you
You
have
can never
horizontal.
have it. You're not going to have a gyroscope spinning like
Like,
this.
you're wrong. You're outright wrong. Horizontal, tangential, and then an angle to determine movement, because that's what you need to make a gyroscope fully work.
Well,
Flo,
that's
I'm
the
sorry.
that's a separate object. I know what you're talking about, but that's a whole nother.
I heard my name be said.
I apologize. I wasn't going to interfere with Joe.
You're not going to get it. In fact, that's why they have an altimeter that has a gyroscope in it.
It's pressure based. That's a whole nother.
Or an artificial horizon. You know, artificial horizon on an aircraft that has
pressure based. It's pressure. It's not based off of gyroscope.
I know. I misspoke. I didn't mean altimeter. I meant artificial horizon. Okay. The artificial horizon works off of a gyroscope because the gyroscope wants to remain level with the Earth. And as the airplane moves, then so does the instrument. And the gyroscope stays. Okay, Caucasian, go ahead. You tell about it.
If a gyroscope is set at the proper level whenever you start, it can measure a horizon, given the horizon is based off of the level it was set at to start with.
Well, the horizon
measure another one.
The horizon's always.
All right, guys, we got poll results back. Here's what the chat thinks. I said the Earth is 46% said flat, 7% said round, and 46% said kind of gay. So
obviously gay. That's
my audience does not think it's round.
Yes. Well, that's why they come here.
Yes.
They do think it's kind of gay, though. Half of them think it's a dead split between kind of gay and.
You know you're having fun. Barbie?
The flat earthers think it's kind of great.
You understand, Sasquatch, what I was just about to say, though, with the horizon always comes up to about eye level, okay?
That's because that's the observer. The observer.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, by the observer.
Level. I don't give a fuck if you're at 10,000 feet or 1,000 feet. You'll see it at eye level because you're looking at the horizon. That's
right. That's right.
Yeah, observer.
So
you can do this.
And so what we have is an apparent horizon, not really a physical horizon that we're seeing. Okay.
If you are using observer math, you will base this off of straight lines and you will fail to find a curve in anything because your math is based off of the observer.
Where's that one I got?
Go for it. Get whichever you like. It'll come up with
this is pretty cool. Let's actually show you what it the difference. What would you watch out.
His name is John C.
It's basically what the
Did you see that shit? I
did.
I love it.
Dude, that's so tight.
Yeah, I'll see that one. Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh my goodness, I want him. I've been trying to troll you to play that fucking vid because I absolutely remember what he said, bro.
So
Go.
here's what
I'm
the
sorry. I apologize. I'll go away.
No,
talking
no,
to me?
no.
Are you
In
talking to
fact, I
me?
was about to set you up for a layup or a dunk or something. I got something you're gonna love, Sasquatch. Which I was gonna, since it's out in the open, I'll say it. I was gonna ease him toward the flat Earth map. You'll enjoy that.
So, oh yeah, I want to talk about maps. That'll be interesting because I got some shit about maps for you. You'll like that. This, if you were on a ball, this is what the horizon would do if you were on a globe, the size they tell us that we are. Okay, as opposed to what really happens. So just check this out. It's only.
How copyright struck are you making me?
It's not. It won't strike. It won't strike.
No one watches this nonsense, Flo. Stop it.
You're good, bro.
This has some really good visuals to show you.
Impressed. I'm not gonna lie. This has almost convinced me to restart my channel.
You see, the horizon drops. This is really a good track on this too.
I'm not sure what I'm looking for. The bottom of a skillet. I'm not even sure what I was looking at right there.
You would have to keep looking down to see the horizon.
I think everybody knows this, man.
Well, then how can you, it's not what happens.
Can you explain the tide?
Can I explain the tide?
Give me a tide explanation, please.
Can you explain? What do you think the tide is?
I'm not trying to be.
See what I mean? What he does? He just wants to debate yours. He has
okay.
nothing.
All right, Joe. Here's what the tide is. I will tell you the tide.
Okay.
There is a recognized pattern that happens.
Oh, wait, hold on. What set this pattern?
I don't know. Do you?
Oh, might have been moon,
perhaps. Could have been. But let me go ahead and use your logic. No,
this isn't my logic. This is yours. You're using
no.
Yeah,
how do you know it's the moon? How does the moon cause the tide?
I asked
you were about to tell us what it is. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what it is. The water, it recedes from the shoreline, and then I don't know.
It's called tide. Are you just going to tell me there's something called tide?
I know what it's called. I know absolutely what it's called. Everyone knows what it's called.
But why?
Right? Now, I don't know. I don't have a claim as to why.
Maybe it's the moon. Maybe it's the moon.
Maybe it's the moon. Maybe it's a bunch of water horses that are
Can
pulling.
we discuss that? It might.
I bet you won't do anything about it but complain on the internet.
Sure, let's discuss it possibly being the moon. Okay.
So the other high tide a day.
How would the moon cause the water to change?
Gravity. But we'll go on.
Gravity. All right, wait a second. Let's stick with this. Stick with this for a second. So you're telling me that the gravity of the moon pulls on the water on the earth and causes it to recede away from the shoreline, and then gradually lets loose of it so that it comes back to the shoreline? How does it? Can you answer me this? How come there's a tide on the other side of the earth at the same time? Is it pulling from all around? Or how is that working?
So let me run this one by you. Have you ever encountered water before?
Yes.
You ever notice how it doesn't really fit in like any space unless you put walls around the whole thing?
Right. Yeah. You can't have a fluid pressure without or volume of fluid without containment. Right. Mm-hmm.
You have 3 points of matter.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah.
the sun, the moon, and the earth.
No, those are you mean three objects. Okay. Three objects. Okay. Those aren't really elements, but yeah, I got you. Elements in this equation. I got you.
Go planet.
I do apologize.
Sure.
I have
So
really
what's that mean?
Okay.
I mean, so
You have 3 points of reference. You have the sun,
Okay.
the moon, and the earth.
Okay.
You have 3 points of measurement
Mhm.
because you have the light of the sun reflecting off the moon onto the earth, which makes your observer the 3rd point of reference.
Mhm.
Correct?
Mhm. Well, that's what
Okay.
you say. That's what you're saying, but
No, I'm asking if I'm good so far. If I'm not
well,
good so far, tell me where I'm wrong with
not really. But yeah, go ahead. Go
where
ahead
am I
in your world.
wrong?
Okay.
Sun, does the sun not create light?
Yes.
Does the moon not reflect light?
No.
Why not?
Hold on, Joe. Hold on, Joe. Hold on. Yeah, let it happen. Let this happen. Why not?
Why not?
Why
Because
would a solid object in the space around our planet somewhere, whatever it might be, not reflect light?
what do you mean by reflect to where you can see it, or reflect?
You have the
Wait a
sun.
second. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second. So what you're saying is the light we see from the moon is a reflection of sunlight?
It could be. It's possible. That is one possible interpretation. That's all I'm saying is that.
But why would an object
hold on
not
a second.
reflect light? Is
How
that a
does
thing?
that have to do with the tide? I'm trying to tie this together with the tide.
I'm getting there, brother. I swear to God, I'm getting there.
All right. Well,
I'm
just tell me how it works. Just
So
tell
when
me
you
how it
say
works.
shit like objects don't reflect light, it make me think, what are they, Vanta Black or something? Why wouldn't they reflect light?
Does the sun emit light? If yes, does the moon reflect it?
Okay. We'll assume that it does. Okay.
No, I don't want assumptions. I'm asking. Do you
It
think
could reflect some, but I don't think it's safe to. I mean, like,
No,
I
I
don't
think
that's
the
what moonlight
sun
is.
allows us to see it, but I think that the moon produces its own light.
You think the moon glows in the dark?
I think that it produces its own light.
Hey,
What happens when it goes past and you can only see like half of it? Is it half out now, the light bulbs, when you can only see a sliver? What's going on?
Apparently.
Why is it? What's going
I don't
on
know,
there?
man. I don't know. It goes through these phases. It's
you can't figure it out.
Well, it's
you
for
can't
us.
picture
Yeah.
a
What
light
do you think
source. It's
wait a
on the
second.
other side.
Hold on.
Are you going to go with that Earth shadow bullshit again? Because I can already blow that right out of the fucking water with a simple ratio equation. Simple ratio equation.
What is this?
NASA's different images of Earth.
NASA's image what?
NASA.
So you have to believe that Africa, Europe, and Asia are somehow hidden around on the other side of that ball that you can't see.
Or it could be something NASA threw up just to promote a fucking a flyer somewhere that some graphics kid made, and you guys have hung your hat on it. Could be that.
It is a nice place to hang a hat. I gotta admit it. I like it. It's pretty. It has good flow, and I like it.
Yeah, and that NASA shit shouldn't hold no more. You know, there are a lot of different space programs out here that are.
No, I'm not making an argument. I'm not.
He is
coming into it. I'm just showing.
So I'm still trying to figure out what this thing with the tides.
Okay. All right.
Well, hold on.
I asked a question and you couldn't answer it. So
because you can deconstructing a claim and making a claim are two different things. And this right. So you can be wrong.
I already know.
You don't have to be right.
Sasquatch. I'm gonna fill you in right now. I probably know more about your model than you do.
I hope so.
All right. Okay, I do.
I'm a little confused.
All right. And so the assumption is that the moon is an object 2,160 miles in diameter that is approximately hold on. Well, I say it is because we'll get to that.
Unless I permit it. I'll believe We can discuss something personally backstage. We can do this. I'll
All right.
send you the
So
link. We can
the
have this
assumption
conversation.
of
However,
the
I have a question.
hold on a second. So on the heliocentric model, the heliocentric model believes that the moon is a 2,160 mile diameter object that's 237,000 miles away from the Earth on a slight elliptical orbit, of course. So that's its average distance is 237,000
I
miles.
like eggs.
All
Why
right.
not?
Now, as far as the tides are concerned, that's the assumption that the seawater is affected by the gravitation of the moon, which pulls on the water, causing the water to recede, and then later
That's
letting
one
loose of it.
Of the vectors.
Okay. So
a singular.
How come we don't have an atmosphere tide that sucks on our air from the moon?
We do. Have you ever measured the Van Allen radiation belts?
No. That's
I apologize. I'm sorry.
The Van Halen radiation belt is
Van Allen.
nothing to do with it.
Apologize. I got led off base by you. I do apologize. Let's back up and take the original assumption that you say I had, since I can't put forth my own assumptions.
Well, go ahead. You keep asking me what I think. We got way off on the source of power for the moon and shit, which really is kind of not, it's going off track of what your explanation for what the tides are.
You went off track. I tried to make a hypothetical question on 3 different points in space, and you immediately went off base with a whole weird thing that you went and Googled or something. That was
wait a second. You're getting three points in space. Now that's on the assumption of a large
3 points in space. That's the assumption. The only one I brought up is 3 points in space. I didn't debate gravity. I didn't make a point of angle. I didn't make a point of perspective. I didn't make a point of observation. I simply made a point of
size of the moon. None of that. Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
All right.
Would not these 3 points in space exert an equal consideration on the central point?
I don't understand what that means.
Do you believe that gravity might actually be a thing? Might actually be a thing?
No.
Okay, then we're going to break this down now. Joe, how are you doing? That's been good, bro.
Well, wait, let me ask you, what is gravity? What's gravity?
You're the man.
What is gravity, though?
Sasquatch. Wait, Sasquatch. I want you to. The fun's not over. The fun gets better.
The dude with the really cool chrome dome. I really dig that shit. I'd like you to send me an email. I want to talk about your channel. We'll just talk about what you have on YouTube. Joe can tell you.
Let me tell you about Cecil.
The giant spaceship.
The machine lies. Who was here earlier with the, it's right where you are with the sunglasses. Cecil goes over there to sleep regularly and sleeps with his camera on.
I'm good with that.
It's an interesting thing.
The weirder, the better. I'm good with it.
Yeah. The moon's a big spaceship, and we always see the same side because of the geomagnetic stabilization installations that are actually also its engines.
I think that you guys will get along well. You're going to like him.
Don't forget about the flux capacitor.
Try to picture this, Sasquatch. This is pretty funny. I don't know if you're aware of the flat Earth.
My butthole.
I don't know if you're aware of the flat Earth model, but they have the Earth going around like, say,
like the UN flag.
Picture a frisbee, and the sun is going around it like this. And it absolutely kills any time zones we have. What's in light, what's in day, the seasons, the sun needs to speed up. So many things must happen to make this model work.
There's actually 28 time zones in the North Hemisphere, and what is it, 16?
But I mean, the time is irrelevant. We know when it's dark where and when it's light where, and they don't. The time is irrelevant.
We know nothing. The time zones are a conspiracy theory. Let's hear Paul talk about me.
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. You know, he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
That's why you're second tier, Joe, because Flo could do shit like that on time.
I know, right? That's a good one. He's like, do you see with the near ring? All you see is like,
Much love, y'all. I'm gonna go drink way too
Something
much.
about
all right, do your
Hey, but
thing.
All
Sasquatch,
y'all equally.
hey Sasquatch, I wanted to just go on with this because this is crazy. I'm not giving you crap
Go
about it.
ahead, man. I
But a
don't need
lot of people, listen, a lot of people, they believe this because they've been told this shit, right? All right.
No,
Now, wait a second.
because they can observe it if they've been
You can
past third
observe
grade.
the effects of what you call gravity. Well,
I can see the sun go down.
it's just an observed effect. Okay.
That's how we know everything we know is by observing
stop,
an effect. You act like it's a small thing. It's everything you live by.
Yes, of course. Right.
All right. But don't act like it's a small thing.
It is. And I'll tell you why. Because you haven't isolated the cause. You haven't manipulated the cause. You haven't proven the cause.
Is it the observer? Is it the observer?
No, the observed effect. In other words,
The
you drop
observer
something.
is what
Stop.
observes the observed effect. If you do not distinguish the observer, you will break your mathematics down to the point of observed.
Yeah, we understand that. But
everything is based off of a 0-point angle and a 0-point notion, which is a non-starter for mathematics.
Which has nothing to do with the causation of things lighter than air dropping.
For measuring it, unless
You're only measuring the rate at which it falls. You're only measuring the rate at which it falls. You can't listen. You cannot.
I can, because it has been done for thousands of years in mathematics.
Causation cannot be the effect. You understand? Causation and effect are two different things altogether.
Admitted.
All right. So when the assumption, and I'm going to say it's an assumption.
Wait. Who made the assumption?
Okay, I don't know his name, but I'm sure he's
probably should be you. You made the assumption.
All right. So the idea that the moon's gravity is what's causing the tides. Okay,
and the sun.
Right.
Don't forget it. It counts to 3 points.
All right. I know the model, man. Better
3
than
points.
You. Trust me.
Just 3. Better than me. 3 points. That's all I ask. If you can give me 3 points, we can have this conversation.
You made absolutely no sense with what you said anyway. But
I'm trying to be simple, dude. I'm trying
He
to
was
make
trying to say perhaps the moon has gravity, perhaps the sun has gravity. You're taking that into consideration.
Perhaps it's invisible.
I don't know if Joe got it. If Joe can get it, you should be able to.
All right. Sasquatch, here, I got an exit video for you if that's you trying to get out of here.
Is that supposed to be like Thriller or something?
That was his drunk. That was the drunk
drug
guy.
stagger out there.
All right.
All right,
so not a hit. We'll delete
here's why causation and effect, assumptions on causation are a bad thing, right? All right, so Monday through Saturday, I see a red car goes by.
I'd grant you that you don't have to state the obvious, but you will because you think it gives you credence.
So, Joe, do you think you could let me fucking finish saying?
No, it's a dumb assertion. Just you said assumption doesn't mean because something happened doesn't mean that's the effect. Doesn't mean it's the cause. I say yes. It's obvious, but
Joe, you're not the only fucking guy here, right? There's other people here.
But you're talking to me, buddy.
Right. So I'm going to give and if you don't want to hear it, fucking turn your goddamn speakers off. And then when I'm done, you won't have to have heard it.
I'm fine. I may want to interrupt you from time to time.
You want to interrupt me after every 3 fucking words. So.
That's you guys.
What the fuck?
All right, we're not gonna figure this out.
So I see a red car goes by my house Monday through Saturday.
But we're gonna keep banging in our head into
Hold on,
it.
I'm just going to give my example of causation and effect.
All right.
It's real simple. I would have been done long ago without all the interruption. Really.
I'd rather it be this, bro. I'd rather
I know it's because you're a lowbrow, unintelligent person. Okay. Anyway, the red car goes by my house Monday through Saturday. Shortly after, my mail arrives. So therefore, and on Sunday, the red car doesn't go by and my mail doesn't come. So then I make the deduction that the red car going past my house is what causes my mail to show up. Now, this is what we're doing with the moon and the tides. We're assuming that the moon has gravity. We're assuming that gravity is actually even a thing. We're ascribing an unproven theory to objects that we can't touch, see, examine, or anything else in order to hold this stupid heliocentric model alive.
Only you believe that, but I guess you were not talking to me. You already stated you're talking to someone who's less intelligent, apparently. So this is not for me, I'm sure.
An intelligent person would let another motherfucker finish his sentence.
If he's a troll.
Well, not a very good one. So the realization is that there's many assumptions involved in this. An unproven theory called gravity. And just because you put scientific in front of it doesn't make it real. Okay. This thing came out in 1666, and you would think that by the 21st century, we would have been able to isolate the causation. In other words, the gravity. But
how are we going to do anything? You don't even believe in science, bro. We wouldn't even have radio.
That has nothing to do with science, Joe. The scientific method is first you observe something in nature. You develop a hypothesis, and then through experimentation, you isolate the independent variables to find the causation.
Well, I think you're right. Here, scientifically, I'm going to prove gravity because I believe in. I'm going to use the scientific method. I'm going to take a ball in the sky. Since you haven't fucking stopped, I'm just going to jump in here. The scientific method: I take a ball in the sky. I say if gravity is real, it's going to swing this way. If the sun has gravity, it's going to swing that way. I look, it swings that way. I've observed that gravity is real. Amazing.
Oh, look, yeah, we'll see some really good gravity right here.
I got a nice little breeze today. It's perfect weather for this. It's not too hot. The sun's pretty bright. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Cody's Lab. There's no mercury sloshing in there, so I don't get all of it, but
actually floats better than wood does.
Look at that.
The iron anvil floats because mercury has a density nearly twice that of iron. In fact, due to the density ratios, the iron actually floats better than wood does in water.
Push under. Let's push it down. Oh, it's hard to push down. Oh, that's great. Here, let's try it again from the other side. Okay, here we go. Push down.
Yeah, mercury like just the cat rolls off of it. That's pretty cool.
That's
don't even look away.
That's all that's going on in this medium. Okay, the medium in which you live right now. If you was to take out a chunk of air the same size as what you are, in other words, that's what you're displacing. If the amount of the medium that you're displacing weighs less than you, in other words, it's less dense than you, then you're going to sink within it. If it weighs more than you, such as when you're in water, or even more when you're in salt water, because you making the medium more dense, then you will actually float in that. Why? Because the amount that you're displacing is actually weighs more than you do. That's all there is to it. It's just
we learned that in third grade. You're not enlightening nobody.
Then what the hell? There you go.
Shit floats.
Yeah, well, the bottom line
it proves
is
the Earth is
So
flat.
did
or
we
something?
resolve it? We get it figured out.
Weight is nothing more than a ratio of your of the density of a material within the given medium.
Yeah.
The density per mass or volume of that
Mhm.
object within a given medium is going to determine. That's all it is. It's buoyancy and density.
Why does all of these buoyancies and densities, why do they always go in the same direction?
Because that's the condition it's sent. You remember the video I showed you with the helium balloon and the air balloon? Right?
Why do they all go in the same direction? I wasn't.
Well,
I
they
didn't hear
don't.
you.
They don't.
All right. Why do
And
most
again,
of them?
depending on the medium,
Why do damn
only
near all of them?
heavier than air objects will fall.
Why
in
do
this
they
medium.
all go? Why is fall always down beneath our feet? Why come fall isn't in a different direction? Why don't things fall up?
Because that's less dense. Some things do fall up. Some things do fall up.
Yeah, well, pretty
Okay.
much. We're not talking about the exception to the rule. Pretty much
Not an
everything
exception to the
falls.
rule. That's the rule. It's either buoyant or it's not.
Wait. The shit I'm saying is pretty much everything falls down. Would you
Okay.
agree?
Yeah.
Yes. Why is it that down is in that direction? Why that
Because
direction?
that's where the more dense material is at. Everything seeks relative density when it's in a state of
Why don't they
equilibrium,
seek
just
density
equilibrium.
to the left? Or why
Well,
not they
because
seeking density going that way?
Well, which I just answered that. Is the ground denser than the air to your left or your right or your front or your back or your up? Where's the densest area in your environment right now? It's the ground.
So what are you saying? Dense things go toward the ground?
Things go toward relative density. Do you know what relative density means? To be equal to. It wants to go to something equal to its own density.
Oh, so you're saying that because the ground is so dense, everything hugs the ground.
Everything that is in this medium, because we
Right.
can go like if you were all right, if I'm standing here in the middle of this room and I drop an orange, right?
Mhm.
It's going to go to the ground.
Right. Because the ground is
All
dense.
right. So
Yeah.
but it has to do with the medium that you're in. Okay. All right. So the air here is obviously less dense than the orange, right? So now let's change the medium. I stand at the bottom of a swimming pool. We're on the same earth, right? But the relative density ratio has changed because if I let go of the orange, it's going to float up to the top. It's going to drop up to the top of the pool.
Yes.
Okay.
In this
Because
medium
it's-
that we
it
are
only
in.
it's
In this medium that we're in, blah blah blah, air, ground, and all of that thing, without putting water and all that stuff into it, all these things, the more dense things hug the ground. Why?
because we're in a fluid medium.
So in a fluid medium, things
Okay, we're in a
hug the
fluid medium.
ground,
That's how fluid.
and therefore that is why it hugs the ground, because it's a fluid medium. Fluids hug the ground. I guess his internet went out or something. And fluids and air and all of that do hug the ground. It's kind of like it's attracted to the ground by some unseen force. I think you're arguing my point here.
I was not paying attention. I've not been paying attention for quite a minute.
You didn't have to. I was having fun talking to him and he's frozen. All right. I'm getting tired, man. I'm fixing to cut up out of here.
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah.
It seems like a good time to end here. Since I have one Joe Cool clip, I'll give it.
This is braggadocious nonsense.
You're super quiet. I cannot hear you, Joe King. Barbie's left.
How about now?
Now I can hear you. You're kind of echoey.
Right on. Well, that's cool, buddy. I'll get out of here, man.
All right.
Appreciate you having me,
coming
buddy.
up.
Yeah,
Yep.
for sure, man. And
Later.
I don't think either one of them guys give a shit about I think they just like arguing. And Dave's a professional.
They've done this
professional
before. It's whatever. I put a poll up in the chat. It was evenly split last I looked.
It was it really? Yeah, I'm on the different threads. I was wondering. I was going to ask you what was it. It was pretty even.
Yeah, change this motherfucker or let them loop, and it was when I just ended. It is barely in the favor of change this motherfucker, but there was some. It was close. It was closer than I expected it to be.
That's funny. Right on.
Yep.
What happened? My internet.
I wonder. You know what? I wonder if yours dropped first, but a lot of people kind of spun out. So I wonder if mine.
My internet went out, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if it had something to do with the other. I came from the other channel.
What other channel?
What's
Machine Lies? Oh, the Machine Lies?
I wonder if that mattered. That messed it up or something.
I don't see how that would work.
Oh, yeah. Well, all right, fellas. Thanks for having me, buddy. And
hey, thanks for coming up.
Barbie got a lot of attention lately.
I'm just observing most of the time.
Yeah.
I really am listening. Yes, I am.
You're cool. You're buddy. Fuck that dude. So. All right. Later, guys.
Yeah. I feel I'm lame and I got nothing better to do.
The floor is open.
But that thing, that flat earth thing, like I'll just sit there and let y'all totally lose y'all's fucking minds and just laugh.
Listen, I can explain it and talk about it as calm as shit. But when you got a motherfucker like that every 3 words you say are gonna come in and then say some fucking ignorant ass shit.
Just interrupt your period when they do that. I know what you mean. Yeah.
This is Rogue Wave echoes my sentiment exactly. The juice ain't worth the squeeze.
That's what I always say. It's like, okay, so at the end of the day, no matter what side of that argument you're on, the point is you can't do a fucking thing about it regardless. So
it's not about doing it. It's not about doing anything about it. It's not about that.
But why does it matter?
Why does it matter? It's the greatest fucking lie ever perpetrated on the human race ever. The devil and Satan so deceived the whole world, man. Why do you think they use a serpent's tongue?
Yeah, and that's what they said about your point too.
The Bible references don't help make it sound more valid.
No, I'm just saying that's not a Bible reference, man. Look, there is an adversary, power, an evil presence, man, and it is a deception. And here's
the thing. Let me answer the question.
Once you come to this and you go, holy fucking God, it's amazing how much of the rest of the deception start to melt away.
That's
almost
why.
like pulling out the bottom. Yeah, it's like pulling out that bottom Jenga thing in a tower of lies. You pull out that bottom fucking tile, and the rest of them all start coming down.
Well, I think the demons are the flat earthers.
Why would you think that?
Because two-dimensional perception is how animals perceive reality.
What makes you think it's two-dimensional?
Flat Earth would be two-dimensional.
No.
Yeah. Flat Earth is two-dimensional.
No, it's a level. Listen, it's a stationary level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. Okay? It's not two-dimensional. We have three-dimensional things. We have mountains, we have lakes, we have valleys, we have all kinds of topographical features. So it's not two-dimensional at all. That's nonsense. In fact, my video that I showed was exactly showing why using two-dimensional orthographic geometry is misleading when trying to describe perspective, because we see in a hyperbolic geometric state.
But that's not flat. So you shouldn't, when it's a pressurized, like contained field or space, that's not flat. That's not flat.
Right.
Then they need to stop calling it flat Earth. They need to come up with another fucking name. I think that's what's infuriating people is the flat thing.
Oh, why? Because we have mountains and stuff. Bottom line. Yeah, but the bottom line is water at rest always remains level. We use water to level things. You can take, if you want to level something across a big field, you can do it with a hose and some water. You fill it up to the line where it's level right here on this side. And wherever you've got it sticking up over here, that water's going to come up to that same level, exactly to that same level where you've got it at this side. It's never going to, you're never going to have, you can't take a hose full of water and lift it up and then take and put this side of the hose up higher than this side and mean the water's going to go up higher on this side. That water, if it goes past it, it'll start coming out the other end, right? Because it's going to seek its own level. It won't behave that way. Water's not going to wrap around a ball ever.
What if it's a huge ball?
No.
What if it's a huge ball whose density generates its own gravitational field?
Well, then
and causes everything to go in towards the same point, which is the center of the Earth.
Right. So that pegs the back to the other problem that we have. What is gravity and how do you prove gravity?
I don't know. I just know it exists.
Well, you've been told it exists. Have you ever
getting rid of the topic just like that? That was the topic getting snatched up at the car.
No, I'm serious. I mean, people say, yeah, and they always do this. Yes, you can see the effects. Everybody knows that if you let go of something heavier than the air, it will drop.
By flow state. Faggot white trash Missouri motherfucker. Sit on Jack Talcott's panel saying you're my best friend, not saying a word about getting me up against that fake religious bitch.
Can't you feel the Christianity just oozing off him?
He's a fucking maniac, bro.
But I mean, either way, it doesn't matter. I still got to go to work tomorrow. I still got to pay bills, flat, round, triangle, traffic.
That's such like a peasant brain perspective to have on things.
It is.
You know, well, no, I'm just saying it doesn't really matter what shape shit is.
It's because you've been beat. You've been beat already.
Okay. So if the earth is flat, do I not have to pay my bills?
Correct.
No, I still need to pay my bills. So I don't care what shape it is.
That ain't the point. That ain't the point. See, that's like these people that say, oh, if I come to Jesus, then all my sins will be forgiven, right? And they go and they do that and they're not really sincere about it. Okay, the whole thing is this. I can only show you the evidence. You have to come to the realization yourself. And once you do come to the realization, and you really do come to the realization, that's the fucking eye opener. That's the eye opener. That's when you start realizing some real heavy duty shit.
The significance is that if this is a lie, then that means everything's tied into it. It's the thread that unravels the sweater. But I'm kind of tired of this thread. We've been chewing on it for a while. Now, who the fuck is this dude?
Can't do it though, can you? Of course. So look down on demons. They are beneath us.
That's insanity machine.
He came in earlier for a second and asked somebody on
fuck
panel.
that bastard.
I mean, did you see him in the chat? He came in just for a second and asked.
Just to be a dick.
Not to you. It was to somebody else.
But yeah.
Who was it to?
Cecil.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Are we interested in this? Do we know what I don't really know him.
Do you know what he said? I don't really. You don't know the standing machine, but I don't know Cecil. I just know enough about the standing machine to that. I deleted that comment for one because it was unnecessary and it didn't need to be.
Okay, good. I was looking for it. Yeah, I was looking for it and it was gone.
It was grapey, is what he was accusing him of.
I'm like on my phone, so I can't see any of the comments, and I don't really care because I'm over here talking to people, not here to like read comments scrolling by.
He's a troll. He's a troll.
So are we interested in him or are we not interested in him?
He wants attention. That's probably what he did. Okay. That's probably why he did it. He just wants attention.
What do you mean? Backstage or something? Or
no, he came over
earlier. He never has the balls to do that.
No.
He don't have the balls to do that.
To do what? Come up here?
Yeah, on any panel. That invite has been out there for quite some time, and his bitch ass don't want to come up and say shit. So yes, shut the fuck up.
Hell yeah, invite him up. Let's see what he's about.
I have multiple times. I've told him like because he originally we had like a civil discourse going back and forth. Then he started bashing a particular creator that I like interacted with on a personal level and had been for quite some time. And what he was saying about him was untrue, and he didn't know a damn thing about what he's talking about. And I've made one short about that, and this dude lost his whole ass mind and started trolling me ever since then. And then he trolls other people that have subbed to me and all kinds. He's weird. He's weird, but he can kiss my ass because I've told him multiple times. He's like, I don't know what your personal problem is with me and like why you think you know me and you run around talking shit. But you're more than welcome to come up on my channel and we can talk about this. But if not, you can get the fuck out of my comments and go the fuck on somewhere. And that's where we are.
There's some crazy nut motherfuckers on this shit, man.
Because at first I did it. I would entertain doing back and forth in my comments for almost a year now. I've been doing this. And then finally, last week, he said some shit. And I was like, look, dude, I'm sick of doing this with you. You've got enough attention out of me. If you don't want to tell me what your problem is, because he'll say weird comments and then there's no basis to it. And then he doesn't elaborate or give you any context behind it either. So, like, he's just being a whole ass fucking idiot. And then I've gave him the opportunity to come up and he doesn't want to do that. So he can keep on commenting, but they're going to keep getting deleted. And eventually he'll find his dumbass blog. I ain't got time for that. I'm too old. And I ain't even that old, but I'm too old for that fucking shit. Be a man. Like, if you got a problem with me, say it. Don't come in the fucking comments and be snarky or like, what is it that he's being like passive aggressive and cryptic. Just say what your problem is and move on.
All right, I just
And
left.
don't
I
say
left
you
a
don't like me
comment.
because I get too much watch time from him for him to not like me.
I left a comment on his feed, and I said I'll see him if I see him.
Yeah.
It's kind of what Tommy's problem is. He's kind of just an attention whore. There's a lot of attention whores.
Wait, did you say Tommy or saying it?
Tommy, he said
I think that's kind of what Tommy's problem is. Also, is like people are just like attention. He's an attention whore. Like, if you want to interrupt and like actually like say something that you feel is important, I kind of but all Tommy does is interrupt to talk about himself all the time. And it's like, dude, okay, I've already heard this line before. You know, you're an attention whore. You know, like, go away.
He's got two whole bitches though. Two bitches that are ready to fly the fuck out whenever.
But one of them is Jake. So
that's beautiful. That is beautiful. And Papa volunteered. So I don't know if there's actually any ladies that want to fly out. But we do know there's
one. I don't remember who it was. There was one. I think confirmed female that typed a 1 in the chat.
Confirmed, like actually.
I mean, I haven't confirmed it personally, but I have no reason to doubt it.
So I'm saying, like, okay, because Tommy thinks I'm a tradie. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. You know, you literally know I'm not. Like, you know, come on. I've had 4 kids. How is that? Shut up, Tommy. Shut up.
Oh, are you still going on about? This is exactly what I told you. He knows how to piss people off, and you're still bitching about it like 4 days later.
Piss me off.
Yeah, it worked well. I guarantee this little rant here, you're gonna hear it again. You're gonna hear it again. Your strategy is in the toilet. Or your tactics.
Here's a topic starter kind of on this for you, along the same lines as what we're even talking about. This is pretty good. Hang on. Oh, that's not the one. Never mind. Hold on. I need to. Where'd I put it? Hang on. There it is. All right. So,
my tactic. My tactic.
There we go. Bam. There you go. Oh, I got this. Hold on. I got it muted. Just a second. I did that because of Joe's big face running. That dude's a loudmouth, man.
You guys, neither one of you will stop.
Right? So this is kind of about NPCs.
Character, and put simply refers to beings who don't have souls. Many theorists believe that NPCs are those who refuse to believe in the Matrix or have any sort of open-mindedness when it comes to conspiracy theories and understanding the depth of government control and manipulation. It is also thought that NPCs in fact mostly fill the world's population, and they are here to keep us in line. There is a popular study that shows that only 30 to 50% of people within this world have an inner dialogue, and many believe that the 50 to 70% of people who don't have inner dialogue are NPCs. The reason that people think this to be true is because it means that they have no higher awareness to decode information that they are being presented with. This also makes us question their ability to reflect. Without an inner voice, how is someone able to ask themselves why certain things happen or how to learn from a situation? Imagine if there is nothing going on in your mind to be able to think and reflect. It's almost as if it's a computer machine on autopilot.
So when you think about that, man, it's like, do you have an inner dialogue? You know,
Kind of. I don't usually think in words. Like throughout the day, I'm not thinking words to myself. I do sometimes, but not normally. It's but I still process the information and shit. It's just it's almost more mathematical than it is linguistic, if that makes sense somehow.
I'm like, I got to tell myself to shut up half the time, man. I swear to God, I go to lay down at night and it's just like, I'm just like all kinds of shit going on, man. It's insane. But I believe that there's a certain amount of these people out there that are just like, you know,
I think it's way more than what that statistic was. I think it's way more than that.
Yeah, I do too.
I agree.
Yeah.
So is this kind of like having a personal relationship with God? Is it like saying
I mean,
like
I'm pretty cool, but I don't know what you're talking
about. He keeps telling me that shit.
so how I would describe that is like maybe like having a moral or ethical compass, and people have a natural, like I naturally know that it's wrong to murder people because I wouldn't want somebody, you know. So like there are other things that you like naturally know are right or wrong. It's not right to steal. It's probably not right to be a habitual liar, so on and so forth, you know. So like a lot of people in the world are just motivated by like money and like
anxiety. I think the whole Western world runs on anxiety.
Well, you're on the right track with that too. And it's an emergence into the ego. And really, Babylon the Great, if you want to call it, America is like the worst for that. In fact, one of the clues is right on that Lucifer statue that we have. That's not a man. That's not a woman. That's a man.
Oh, you're talking about the Statue of Liberty?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So how many points coming off that crown? There's seven. Seven deadly sins. And America is all about materialism, indulgence into those seven deadly sins. Bust your ass, work hard.
I feel like you could find a correlation for any number, right? If it was 6, of course that would be obvious.
That'd be great. If it was
But
6.
the seven is that. And if you look at what America really does, I mean, we are such a consumer-based. I mean, that's what we do. We work so we can buy shit, and we buy shit.
We were programmed to do that.
You know, we're what?
We were programmed to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. And in so doing, we've put the material world above our spirit. And people will do anything to one another to get those material things.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. That's the problem. That's the inverted pentagram right there. You've put spirit below the elements.
I mean,
God dang
I
it.
mean,
How do I
so
word
so your material. It's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Right.
You need to have your material needs met before you can address higher levels of
Right.
actualization. But we get stuck on our root chakra, basically.
Yes. Yes. And they keep you there because that's also the energy area that's responsible for the earthly urges. It's the one most in tune with the resonance of the earth itself.
And
Okay?
fucking
grounding. It's your grounding spot. And this is why they're constantly hitting you with sexual innuendos and ads that, you know, they'll put two beer bottles together in such a way, and it's on a beer ad, that it looks like a woman's ass. Shit like that the subconscious picks up and keeps you down into the
a weird shaped ass.
chakra. The subliminals that are used in advertising are amazing. And they've been
I know.
fucking with it's crazy. And what they do, they know men, even like with Fox News, right? They go in with the hypnotic effect of the red and the blue, the two contrasting, confusing colors, flashes of white in a spinning ball, always with a spinning ball, whether it's a globe or the channel logo. And there's concentric circles spinning different ways. This is a hypnotic thing, and you can do your countdown to it. You can go 4, 3, 2, 1, and then that goes down into the corner of the screen. It continues to spin, and there's some info babe comes on and goes, "Look at my tits while I lie to you," and that's going to appeal to the male. See, that's going to appeal to the man's mind, and in the subconscious, it's like, "Woman, mate with me if I agree. Yes, me like what woman say. She mate with me." That's what the subconscious is saying, see? And they know this, and they've already got you
But
in an
it
alpha
works
wave
the
state.
same with women, and women
Yeah.
don't realize that. Yeah.
Listen, John Kennedy got the majority. He got an overwhelming amount of the woman vote when he ran against Nixon because he was better looking. That's no shit.
Yeah.
That's why I say end women's suffrage. You
But it
wouldn't.
also has to do with like your freaking your personality and your energy and like everything. Like there's a lot that factors into that on both sides too. Like so there's a reason why people are in like Tommy. You can't just say you're celibate because you ain't getting none. Okay, that's not how that works. Okay,
Tommy?
you're not getting any because you're not getting any, and you're not voluntarily not getting any. You involuntarily not getting any because you're an ass. Like really, same thing with Paul. I cannot believe Paul has a female attracted to him. That he somehow ran off out of her own bed. Like how the fuck does that happen? Like,
I mean,
whoa.
I think the second claim is explained by the first one being wrong, would be my guess.
What? No. That was
Like
her
they
house.
sleep in separate
What I
beds and
understand.
they're not attracted.
Yeah, but how do
But-
you move a ugly dude? You ain't
You know
trying
what? Hold on. Even though I'm not a fan of Paul, feels a little bit low, a little bit grimy, talking about his personal life like that.
Wait a second. Let me get this straight.
God damn it, Dave. You have this habit. Every time I try to change a topic, you drag it straight back on top of it.
Whoa, look, man, I've been out of the loop on that crew for a little bit, man. I knew he was living with his grandma girlfriend or whatever, and then he wasn't he with some older woman?
Yes.
Okay, and so then he what are you telling me, that he's done run her out of her own place now?
They're
she
selling the
sleeps on
house.
the couch, and
Oh,
he sleeps in the bed.
was
That's
she in
what,
trouble?
that's what we've heard. I can't. Nobody's obviously been there.
Nobody's
but-
verified that though, right?
Right. So.
But we know that he has a girlfriend. Like that's been verified.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we know that there's a woman he's living with in an open relationship, I think.
Oh, Lord.
This seems like a good time to break to Paul talking about me again.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic.
Damn. But I don't know. He's a pretty handsome I don't know, how do you ladies call it? A piece of man meat?
I don't know, man. You're
Eye
sus to me, bro. I
candy.
don't know what's going on there.
Am I wrong about that? You don't find him attractive?
The float? No, he's ugly as hell. What are you talking about?
He's got that sickle cell.
He got that sickle cell? Villalago. You got that Villalago going on.
Oh, I meant to say albino. Sorry.
That's what I said about Paul.
A lot of people think he's black or part black. It's wild.
He knows that he's albino, though, that he's a black albino. That's what they think.
Listen, I had a family of people that lived in my neighborhood, man, when I was growing up. And they were pale-skinned people with freckles and red hair, but they had very negroid features. And what I mean by that, the big lips, the wide nose, I mean, they looked like what dude up here said, albino black people. They did, and even frizzy hair like that, the fro type of thing. And I hated those people so bad. They was the worst people. This one kid, he
Cecil
was
has a fro if his hair grew out.
dude. I took that one kid out with a roller skate one time, man. No shit.
What do you mean? You hit him with it, or you?
Yeah, man. This dude was like twice my size, man. And I was walking home from school, and it just so happened that day he'd pick on me every day on the way home from school, push me and shit, push me down. He pushed me down in a cold mud puddle one winter, and I had to walk all home with wet pants and shit. So anyway, this day it happened with it. We had a field trip where we went to the roller skating place. Well, I had my own roller skates. And so I was walking home, and I had the laces tied together over my shoulder. And he come up and started fucking with me, and he pushed me, and something just clicked inside me. And when he pushed me, the roller skates slipped down my arm, and the laces were right there in my hand. And like in a lightning flash, I swung him like a medieval flail, and I hit him right upside the fucking head, man. Boom! Left him fucking unconscious in a ditch and shit.
No shit.
A couple hours later, man, there was a knock. I just walked on home. And a couple hours later, there was a knock at the door, and there stood his mom and him, and he's all fucking boogered up on the side of his head and shit. And his mom says, "Your son did this to my son." And my dad looked at me, looked at him. He says, "Isn't that kid that keeps fucking with you on the way home from school?" And I said, "Yeah." And he looked at the mom, and he says, "You mean to tell me that this little guy here did that to that big juggle-headed motherfucker?" That was his words too, juggle-headed motherfucker. And I was like, and she goes,
Bet he left you alone though.
Yeah. And my dad says, "Good for you, Dave," and shut the fucking door.
In my experience, you only have to knock a motherfucker out once about every 3 years. It's about 3 years. It seems like it'll just carry everything.
Had a kid in junior high, another one like that. And you know how you got those desks? It's just a seat, and it's got that like little banana desk piece that comes off from it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're sitting at those things, and I'm supposed to be reading them, in a history book, those big old fucking thick history books. And I'm reading in this thing, and this kid, and he's sitting right behind me. He keeps kicking my chair and kicking on my ass and kicking my chair and scooting my desk and shit. And finally, I just had enough of it. And so I just real quietly, I just closed my book, and I stood up. I had that book in my hands. I turned around, and with everything I had, I hit that fucking kid right upside the head with that book, knocked him and that desk table thing right over onto the floor and shit. And I just turned back around, sat down at my desk, opened my book back up, and continued what I was doing. Everybody in there was just like,
Tell me fuck with him.
little while
I would
later,
see my desk over like,
yeah, a little while later, a couple of minutes later, teacher come up to me real calm and said, "Dave, I think we're going to have to go down to the principal's office to talk about this." I was like, "All right." I got up and went with him. I was like, "No problem. I ain't going to give you no hassle. That kid ain't going to fuck with me no more, though." You just got to take them out sometimes, man.
I agree. And another good thing to move big boys is thumbs in the eye sockets.
Oh yeah. I've done that before.
When I was a kid, I was laying on the floor and my sister was sitting on the couch, and I was doing something to annoy her over and over and over again, you know. And she did the same thing. Her backpack was totally full of books. She zips it up, stands up off the couch, grabs it, and I'm laying on my back, and she just comes down straight down onto my face, full. It's one of those things where you're like, the last thought is like, oh, this is gonna be how I die.
Oh my God.
This is what's gonna do me. I've had that moment a couple times, about 3 times that I can think of immediately.
Oh, I gotta save this. Gotta save this. Put it in my 9/11 folder.
I don't know if I've ever actually had one of those like I actually might die moments. Well, there was a couple times where I was like, God, I hope I don't die. But like none of those, like, oh my God, I'm about to die. No.
I've had a few of them. I've had a few.
I've had a couple. I had an experience, a couple experience where I heard an audible voice that a disembodied audible voice saved my life twice. So this one time I was going down the highway, coming up through this area right by where I lived in Michigan, and getting ready to come through this light. The light was green. I was all by myself. All of a sudden, there was this loud ass fucking voice damn near scared me. He said, "Stop!" And I fucking hit my brakes. And I stopped just shy of going through the intersection. And just then this fucking big ass truck comes plowing through the intersection, run through the red light. It would have creamed me. And this other time it was in a warehouse where they keep all these great big stamping dies, right? For stamping out metal parts and shit. Mm-hmm. And they're on these pallets on these shelves. And I was looking for one. It was late at night. And I was looking for a certain one on third shift. I'm looking. And all of a sudden there was somebody just said, "Move!" like that. And I just fucking moved out of the way. And one of them fucking dies fell out of the goddamn shelf and hit right where I was standing. That thing would have crushed me like a bug, man.
My dad, I think it was even the third shift too, like one of the exact same jobs you just described. He got the tip of his thumb cut off.
Oh God, yeah.
He was trying to beat his record or something. You know, it's one of those boring things you do when you're a machine operator, and lost the end of his thumb.
Saw a guy one time in this one factory I worked at. It was a tubing factory. We made catalytic converter systems. And one of the operations they had there is where they would flare a tube, and you put it inside this thing, the tube, you put the tube inside, and what happens is the inside expands out like that and causes the thing to go against the outside, and it makes a flange onto the thing, right? Sometimes a metal chip will get up inside there and it'll cause a little deformity in the tube. So this happens quite often. Well, this dude, he went and he took his finger and stuck in there to pull that metal chip out. And when he did, he stepped down on the fucking foot pedal and that thing went ka-chunk like that. And it just vaporized his finger, completely vaporized his finger. He started laughing. He's sitting there and blood is shooting out of his fucking hand. And he's laughing his ass off because he went right into shock, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty nasty shit, man.
that has happened to me a couple of times, and it's weird. Like every time I go into shock, I instantly, and I mean it's like a crazy hysterical cackling laughter because like I don't know how else to process what I'm going through at the moment. It's weird. Like that happened when I cut my leg open, and then I wouldn't even fucking deal with it for like a week. I was like, "I'll be fine."
Oh God, no! I gotta save this video. This is great. This is from. I don't want to show it because it'll probably get you in trouble. But supposedly, someone who was in Auschwitz. Okay. And she had diamonds that she had to hide. Okay. And she tells this story that in order to hide them, she put them in her mouth, and of course they would check their mouths, and then she swallowed them. And so then she had to go back and get it out of her crap and then keep eating them and shitting them out for the whole time that she was in fucking Auschwitz. And I'm like,
fuck those diamonds.
I'm like, that's a crock of shit fucking story if I ever heard one, man.
How long was she supposedly there for?
God, I don't know what to think.
Was she wearing them?
No, fuck no.
The world's only brown diamonds.
The guy said it's a very shitty story.
Chocolate diamonds we keep hearing about. They made chocolate diamonds.
If anybody wants to go listen to it or something, do I have link?
I don't know. Leave a comment in the main chat. If you're not wrenched, you'll be in a second.
All right. So let me just say,
I don't think I am. How am I going to be a member and not have it? I don't think I understand.
It says Jewish propaganda isn't new. Just listen to how this Holocaust survivor managed to keep her diamonds hidden from the Nazis during the entire stay at Auschwitz by continuously swallowing and pooping them out. Is this a miracle by Hashem or a very shitty story? So
it sounds like a shitty story to me.
A very, very shitty story. Yeah.
Don't be anti-Semitical, bro.
Yeah,
Of course she kept.
That's not anti-Semitic at all. In fact, those people aren't from Shem. So,
but that might be.
I was just joking. Please don't go on a tirade.
Oh, no, a lot of people got a mistake about some shit with that.
Yeah. This is one of those things that I don't want to have to do a human review on.
I mean, but if you go back and look at through the lineage, go back to Joseph. Remember Joseph getting sold into slavery by his brother?
With the Technicolor Dreamcoat?
Yeah. Okay, so if you go back and look at Joseph, and the whole thing was to go forth and everything, the blessing was passed down to Joseph and not down to his brothers, and that's through the line of Judah.
That little scallywag.
Yeah, well, he was kind of angry for selling his son off into fucking slavery and shit, I would say. So they were put into disfavor, that lineage was, and that's through the tribe of Judah.
So the place that I worked at, where I learned to do precast concrete, and precast, when you're making tilt-up wall panels, it's called pre-stress, and you put they're cables about that big around, and you run them through the form, and then you stretch them tight to like tens of thousands of pounds tight. And every now and then you have one that will snap.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was before I worked there, but a dude got hit, and it didn't kill him, but he definitely lost his whole arm, like from the shoulder.
Yeah, that's terrible, man.
I broke my nose, I think, 3 times.
Oh, this is pretty cool. That I found. Let me make sure I got it downloaded. I can show it to you. Let me do this.
I suppose diamonds would be kosher.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. Let me make this big. This is kind of cool. It was an experiment done to show how people will go along, conform with what other people say. Okay. And that's why I say with this whole, like we were talking about earlier with this globe thing, is, well, everybody else thinks that, Let me share this. This is pretty cool. It's only about a minute long. This was a cool experiment.
The Ash experiment is one of psychology's oldest and most popular pieces of research. A volunteer is told that he's taking part in a visual perception test. What he doesn't know is that the other participants are actors, and he's the only person taking part in the real test, which is actually about group conformity.
Please begin. The experiment you will be taking part in today involves the perception of line length. Your task will be simply to look at the line here on the left and indicate which of the 3 lines on the right is equal to it in length. So, for example,
the actors have been told to match the wrong lines. The volunteer will be monitored to see if he gives the correct answer or if he goes along with the opinion of the group and gives the wrong answer. In the first test, the correct answer is 2.
1, 1, 1.
2.
1. Once again, the correct answer is 2.
3. 3. 3.
3.
The Ash experiment has been repeated many times, and the results have been supported again and again.
Absolutely. And so that actually sort of brings it back around full circle to the topic of, well, I guess it's not really, the title of the stream, which is, it's a waste of time to convince people of anything because their opinions are easily changed.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. So there, that guy obviously saw that it was, he even gave that
Because
look.
it's a bit. Because he
Like,
bitched out.
what's that? Yeah, and a lot of
Because he
people
bitched
will.
out.
A lot of people
Yeah.
will. It's because we have a tendency, and this is the way our programming has worked, and we use it on each other, right? We've turned it into a cardinal sin or something shameful when someone is wrong. Okay, when in reality, being wrong should be a positive thing because you learn something. That's an educational experience, and an educational experience is always positive. All right. So by doing that, it's easier for people, rather than to get ridiculed for being wrong, to not bother and go out on a limb, not explore what it might be, just to conform with what everybody else thinks, because you don't catch any smoke that way. Now, if you notice, Joe was doing that to me without even really knowing that's what he was doing.
I did notice.
He was attempting to bleat at me. And if there were more sheep like him, they would all bleat at me too, to stop what I'm doing and conform to the herd. That's the goal.
People. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I noticed that.
But did you really notice that?
I do. Listen,
I do. Yeah, I do. But like,
when
you point that out to most people, and they will literally lose their whole ass mind trying to make you lose your mind so they look like they're right. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I don't care what you do. You're fucking wrong. Sit there in your wrongness and deal with it. Call me an angry bitch. I don't care. You're still wrong.
Well, that's what I had to do. Look, and I wasn't trying to be flippant. I wasn't trying to be arrogant when I said, I will actually bet you that I know more about your model than you do. I know more about what you supposedly believe than you do. And the reason I do is because I was like you. I used to believe that shit. And I really delved into it. But you know what? I didn't really question it. I said, wow, greater minds than myself have figured this shit out.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So when I started taking it down to the basics and I started going, wait a second, man, that can't ever happen. Where do they get this from? How do you know how far away the sun is? How do you know how big it is? You start asking questions like that.
Bro, that's basic shit. That's real basic shit.
It is?
It's
Oh,
real
okay.
basic.
Tell me about it then.
Because people are paid to do this stuff.
Yeah,
right?
I understand that. So there's
Right,
smarter
so-
people than us that figured this out. That's where you're going with it? That's what I
I
just
don't,
said.
know about, I don't know about smarter, but I'm just saying, like, they're paid to do stuff where versus you're not. So
Okay.
you could only have an opinion, right?
Okay.
Based on the fact that you've seen certain things.
Yeah.
And that's okay. It's
Well,
nothing wrong with it.
there's also this, Simon. The globe and space as defined are both scientifically impossible. And I can show you exactly how.
Now, wait. You're going back to that shit. So you're going back to the fact
Going
that
back to any shit. It's
what did you just say? What? Say that again. Say that
I-
again, because that's very
okay.
important. It's very important.
The globe, Earth, and space as defined are scientifically impossible.
Yo, Flo, man. I don't want to impose on your channel, man. But this guy's talking nonsense.
Simon,
All right. Would you like the basic?
Nope.
Yo, bro.
I'm tired of the topic. Simon can go back and watch the video on
It's real
replay.
simple, Simon. Two things. Okay. First, two things.
He wants to drag out. Okay.
He's an unstoppable force. I have never succeeded at stopping Dave from talking about something that I didn't want to talk about.
I'm only going to make 2
No,
points.
but he's cool. I understand what he's
Reflect on
saying.
it, and I'll let you reflect on it.
No,
Simon.
it's kind of
Okay?
amusing.
You cannot have a gas or liquid, in other words, a fluid pressure system, without containment.
Yo, bro, I'll tell you something, right?
Secondly, the second point, and that's all I got to say, and you can think on it. Secondly, nowhere in nature does a vacuum exist, nor can it exist without a container.
Listen, bro, I'll tell you something, right? You see your shoulders? You see how your shoulders are?
Mm-hmm.
You see, like when you're like talking and stuff, right? And you lean forward, and your shoulders are like above a sort of level. Like that means you're not actually talking about anything you know. Like so,
Really?
don't
Would you like to try me out on it?
No, I'm just telling
I'd be
you for
happy to
real.
discuss
I'm
any point of
I'm
it.
trying to give some real game. Like your shoulders, like if you rewind this video like about 5 minutes back, and your shoulders is above the level that it's supposed to be.
What do you mean
We
above
need
the
to
level?
understand humanity above bullshit. Okay, so all the stuff that you're talking about, I get it. Okay,
impacts, but we
I
are
do get
really
it.
kind of in early stages of
Let's
monitoring this
eavesdrop
and doing
on
the
the
research. So it's
UN's
important to keep doing that
food
research.
systems day at
And one area where more
Pavilion.
research is needed as well is in terms of the socioeconomic
Because-
implications for different.
Why? Because this is the new world order, man. This is exactly the fucking the beast.
Yeah, it's been in charge for a long time too.
And we all like food mostly, I think.
Too late for that.
Yeah. I mean, because if you can't exist without food, that's the only reason why we like food.
Right. So, I mean, I think that asking why to this is even more absurd than asking why does it matter what shape the earth is.
No, I mean the UN, we know they're going to they're controlling our food distribution as well as our agricultural capabilities.
Well, we
We've
don't
seen
know
that
if we
all
know
over the
everything,
place.
do we?
Wait. He said the UN?
Yes, the United Nations.
Yeah.
Yo, the whole point of the UN was to ensure that we don't live in wartime.
Is that what you think?
Is that what how have they done?
How they've been doing on that? I mean, they've got
They've been pretty good. They're
force.
pretty good because we're cool. At the moment, we're able to
Really?
Lost your fucking mind. Are you
So we're
serious?
not. We don't have. There's nothing going on in fucking Yemen right now. There's nothing going on in that we're involved in.
Who is
in
this guy,
Ukraine.
man? He's
There's-
hilarious.
I mean, for real. Where is there? When?
Why are you concerned about Yemen? What's going on in your neighborhood?
Because we're the ones that are funding.
Yeah, but
the
what's
war.
going on in your neighborhood, bro? Why are you
What the
concerned
fuck
about
are
Yemen?
you talking about, man?
Why is that so complicated?
How is the? What do you mean so complicated? You just
What's
got done
going
saying
on
that.
in
Do you
your
know why?
neighborhood?
Do you know why the stripes on our flag are
Look,
horizontal?
bro,
Do you know why they're
Am
horizontal?
I being complicated here? Am I
Okay,
being
hold on.
real complicated?
I don't know. Angela's being absurd down here.
He only eats from
You
the
can't
only
like.
fruit.
Here's how we know that humans are supposed to eat more than fruit, because it only
I
grows
love
a few
fruit,
months
man.
out of the year. I mean, there's just
How many people on this panel wake up and eat an orange or eat a grapes
Banana.
or
I
a
eat
banana
grapes.
or some shit? Like, do you
I
get
ate
what
a
I'm saying? Like,
banana.
You want to hear an
Yeah.
interesting fact about the UN?
It's the sustainable developmental goals, like the UN Agenda 23, I think is what it is. So they're
15
not
minutes.
about helping us, Simon. I don't know what the fuck that was about.
So check this out. You know that in Enoch and in the Bible that the fallen angels, the watchers, they gathered together on Mount Hermon, which is at 33 degrees parallel, 33 degrees longitude. And they swore this oath to take human wives and to breed amongst the humans and to defile the creatures and all this other shit. They've blasphemed against God, right? Anyway, right now, there's an outfit right on Mount Hermon that's a United Nations disengagement observer force where the Watchers used to inhabit now. I mean, this thing has got the whole everything written all over it. The UN is not here to help us. It's been the one world order for years. We're under an illusion of individual sovereignty.
This is the thing, right? Everyone wants someone to help them. Okay.
No, I don't.
Well, why are you talking about help?
What do you mean help? They're only here to hurt. You're the one that said they're here to help and usher in all this utopian kumbaya.
Hurt or help? Who cares?
They're here to hurt us.
Who cares?
I care because I don't want to be
Why?
hurt. I don't want you to be hurt. You might not care, but I don't want you to be hurt.
All right, so you're getting to hurt. Okay, so who's going to hurt us?
I mean, we've been under an illusion of national sovereignty. All these nations thinking that they actually have independent sovereignty.
Are you backed up, bro? I mean, the only reason I can hear you talking like this is because you ain't backed up.
What do you mean I ain't backed up?
You ain't backed up. You personally, you as an individual, you're not backed up because if shit went down,
what does that mean? What does that mean?
we know what's going down. Like if shit went down, were you a bunker or some shit? If a nuclear war went down tomorrow,
wait, a nuclear war? You really think nukes are real?
Man, you would have a lot more success if you chose one outlandish claim at a time to.
Wow, this guy's crazy.
No, for
He's
real.
not wrong.
When has anybody ever used the nuke?
What?
When has anyone ever used a fucking nuke?
Wow. Okay. How old are you, bro?
I'm 58 years old.
I appreciate your transparency.
All right. So when was the last time anybody ever used the nuke?
Have you never heard of a nuke? That's what I want to know.
I've never said I never heard of a nuke. When was the last time anybody ever used a nuke?
Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
Well, that was technically
they do exist. They exist, right?
But no, I don't think so. No.
You don't think they exist?
How are you going to split something nobody's ever seen?
So what happened in Japan?
What do you mean? What happened in Japan?
They were carpet bombed.
Carpet bombing and firebombing of the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki for a couple of weeks prior to August 6th.
So
why already devastated?
Why do you think we're having this whole debate globally about like trying to resist the whole fact that we can get to a next level?
How does it make you feel? That's what it's for.
So
Does it put you in fear? Does it make you afraid that they might get nuked? Does
Not
it make
me
you
personally,
afraid that you might get invaded? Does it make you afraid that war might break out?
They were able to convince millions of Japanese to lie about what they saw.
What Japanese
happened to them?
What
Hey,
Japanese saw?
Can you tell if I dropped a bomb on you? Could you
witness.
tell if it was a nuke or a carpet bomb?
No, you can't tell shit because once it goes down, it's over.
Can you tell me one Japanese witness that would testify or
You
talk
can't do
right now
that
or
again.
said that?
It'll be over. It'll be
Yeah,
that
but
over.
surely they wrote the shit down or something, right?
No, you rewrote that whole shit when you.
What do you mean rewrote it? That's an act.
You
that's
rewrote that shit when you dropped the nuclear in Japan. You done that.
That wasn't. We didn't drop a nuclear in Japan. Do you realize that that was so top?
So where did you drop it?
Wait a second. There was no nuke dropped.
Where did you drop it?
We didn't drop any nukes.
So America has never dropped a nuke.
No, nobody has. There's no such thing.
Okay, all right, cool, all right.
I'm serious,
okay, so
bro.
I just have one question. If nukes are not real, then what would be the reason for them to be actively re-enriching uranium and transporting it? And I know that they transport it because I've seen it and I have it on video.
Nuclear reactors are real.
Nuclear reactors are real. Yes, absolutely.
Well, yeah.
So the nukes are real because you wouldn't need reactors if.
Well, a
you know,
nuclear reactor, all a nuclear reactor does is not
and they use the waste off of that.
All it does is all it is a fancy way to boil water.
Yeah,
That's
you
all it
do
is.
getting confused out here because we're having a real conversation. The fact of the matter is like, you know, what most people want to understand is how does this shit happen? Like, and if you're not a weapons dealer, you're not gonna understand that shit. You can watch as much like Marvel movies and like go, yo, I want to sort of understand what Iron Man is doing and all this shit. But the fact of the matter is, are you actually really interested in this shit? Because
Homie, look at all that gray you got. I had not noticed your gray before. Your hair is getting long. You got some gray in there.
Yeah, I
did.
did. You know, I did this shit on purpose. Like when I went on Kendra G, I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna be the smartest, nuttiest." Like,
I know you're dusty. We know you're dusty.
The dustiest.
Check this out, man.
I want to be the dustiest.
Back in the early 80s, right? This was all over the fucking news and shit. This kid, a high school kid, for his science fair project, made a working nuclear bomb. Okay. The only thing missing was the plutonium. That was the only thing missing. The State Department went crazy. The FBI investigated him. It was all over the news. And they're like, oh my God, if a kid can make one of these things, then anybody can make one, right? Little flash up to 1999 or so here, or 2001. We got Colin Powell talking about yellow cake uranium being sold on the black market all over the Middle East. It's everywhere. These terrorists have got fucking plutonium and shit. They're going to nuke us. They're going to nuke us. How come they haven't? How come they haven't?
Oh,
right? They never did. Not even a small one. You want to know why? Because they don't have this. Now, supposedly this comes from the splitting of an atom, right? Do you know nobody's ever seen a fucking atom? How can you split something if you've never seen before? That's ridiculous. Now, we do have some big bombs. That's for real. Look at the Moab, the mother of all bombs, this fuel air bomb. This thing is so powerful, it goes off in the air.
Right.
And
it
will suck your lungs out. It'll suck your lungs right out of you, man.
Bro, sometimes when you're having a monologue, you need to just have a break. And when you said the mother of all of that shit, let the people digest that shit because you're
I'm
speaking
just saying,
facts.
we got big bombs, but
Facts.
Right.
So sorry, continue. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying we do have big bombs. I wouldn't say that. But the idea is, I don't know if y'all are old enough to remember. Do you remember there was a made for TV thing called The Day After? I think it was back in the 80s, mid 80s. And it was about a nuclear attack on the United States. And these people after the fact, succumbing to radiation sickness and the barren landscape and all this shit. And that's all just fear porn, man. All that shit is just fear porn. I mean, I doubt that they could even get one of these fucking missiles to hit where they want it to go. I really do.
Yeah. What's going on with this guy in the middle? Is it Carl?
Cecil,
yeah.
How do you get your hair done?
How do I what?
How'd you get your hair done? Your hair. How'd you get your hair done? You hear that?
I'm not really sure what the question is.
How do you get your hair done? Your hair.
Shave my head.
How?
With
clippers. Do you use shampoo?
Okay. I'm trying to do that, man. That's why I asked you, man. I ain't playing with you.
How's the lawyer life?
Fucked up. I learned so much shit that people don't really understand.
Like what?
Like laws in general. And
man, I'm not convinced. Laws in general.
Yo, if you want me to tell you some shit, it'll bore the fuck out of you. I'm telling you, man.
I have a request. Taking requests. Because I don't want to be monetized.
Woo!
You can dance if you want to. Leave your friends behind.
Let's
Your friends
bounce.
don't dance, and if they
Let's
don't
go.
dance, well,
Let's
then
go. Let's
your
go. Let's
friends
go,
behind.
man. Niggas, get
If
out
you
your
dance,
strip.
if you dance.
Let's rock. These niggas are so in their feelings, right? Like, just
All right,
have
that's
a
enough
little
of that.
dance. All right.
It's a good song. I really wanted to keep listening to it. Actually, now that I started it,
You can dance if you
I'm a
want
sucker
to.
for that sort of like '80s music. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Man,
I
first
love
time I heard that
music.
was on MTV, and me and my friend were tripping on fucking mescaline, watching MTV and shit. And that fucking song came on, and we was watching that video, and I was like, "We gotta go find that song. That is so
I love
cool."
music, man. Yo, and this is the thing. Music brings people together regardless. That's why we have festivals. That's why we
Yeah.
have carnivals. That's why we have all this shit. Maybe once a year or whatever, but you know.
Music is audible emotion.
Woo! Wow. That's a big one.
You know, it is. Think about this, man. You can have
Bueno,
a beautiful
bueno.
sonata with no fucking words can evoke a tear.
Mm.
You
Not
know
for
what I'm
me
saying?
because I don't have a vagina, but I get what you're saying.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, what's that shit up on the screen?
Anything.
Close date. If you don't have a vagina, what's that up on the screen?
That's
Come on.
Cecil. Stop
The
being a
penis
dick to
always, the
Cecil.
penis always rocks over the vagina. Like these ladies talk around about like vagina's the biggest deal. No, it's not. The penis is the biggest deal. That's how it goes.
Pretty gay. Just in time for
Yeah,
Barnabas.
that's super gay.
Did you see how our shorts doing, Barnabas? Doing pretty good.
What you posted it twice, right?
This nigga's married, man. What he-
No, I
this is-
posted it once, and then when I saw that it was taken off, I was like, "Fuck, I better tag him in it." So I don't know if you saw me.
Appreciate that. Good looking out, dude. Good looking out.
Yeah.
What shout out to Flo, man. Flo facilitating this shit. Like, you know, I don't know how he did it. This girl is kind of cute. I don't even know if she's married or whatever, but I'm gonna assume she's crazy.
Oh,
How can you tell?
Because like pretty girls are crazy most of the time. I ain't even working with her, man. I don't want to get with some of these ugly.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I got something for dude was talking about the penis and the vagina. I got something for that. This is
Is
funny
it a
as shit.
penis or a vagina?
No, it's the fucking cup that they made. No, this is funny as shit. It's the cup they made for the drink up in the fucking space station. I gotta find this thing. It's fucking
Indeed.
it looks like a cooch, I swear to God.
Yeah.
And then they demonstrated. I don't have the video. I wish I did, but the video to it was really crazy, man, because they had this like the dykiest looking astronaut chick, and she's drinking from it, and where you drink from is like right at the clit. I swear to God. Oh yeah, I got that. Okay. Let me see if I can find that fucking thing.
I think Penthouse lied to us about what lesbians would be like in the real world.
And they did.
Yeah.
They did. It's nothing like that. It's always like two Danny DeVito looking chicks, you know?
All right. Steel toe boots and a wife beater.
Yeah, man.
I've been in bed with two girls. They weren't.
Okay,
they
go
weren't-
ahead. Let's take a moment. Hold on. You got it. Let's
let's
hear it. Let's hear it. Tell us about it.
They weren't Danny DeVito looking girls. They were kind of cute. And
Yeah.
to be honest, like one was Muslim and one was Christian. I think they were trying to work out themselves.
It
and
might
that's
have
why-
been, man.
They were trying to work. They were trying to work out themselves, and they just put me in the middle.
I've
of it.
also been in a bed with two girls, and I don't think either of them were religious, but it was awesome.
It was cute. It wasn't bad, you know. Like
It was
some
cute.
people just make things out to be like extreme, and it's like, yo, man, nah.
Yeah, it's not all it's cracked up to be.
Say that again.
It's not
Go
all
ahead.
it's cracked up to be. It's not all it's cracked up to be.
What's not?
Threesomes.
Oh, have you been in bed with two girls?
Not at the same time. I've
You
been in a
are
bed with chicks
lying. You
and
are
been in
lying. I
another
can see on your face you're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying.
I'm not lying.
So I knew a dude.
That
I
would be
knew
kind
this.
of cool though.
I
You
knew
know-
this dude that he got with 2 chicks, right? He was a cook at this restaurant where I worked, and his girlfriend was this waitress, and she was supposedly bi, right? And so they had this other girl come over, and then this started to be a regular thing, and he started getting left out more and more often. She ended up leaving his ass for this chick. I thought that was kind of nasty. I got that
That's
cup.
kind of a bummer.
I got that cup backstage, Joe. Flo.
No,
I'd
I think
rather.
that's a
Hey,
really
the question on screen is for you.
That's a really good point because you know the thing that I had to learn, right, with this this sort of dating game and even in relationship game is, you know, when a whole woman that was married turned around to me and said, a man will leave you because you know they may have a discrepancy, but a woman will leave you in any case. And she was like, yo, a woman could be attracted to something and that would make her leave you, where men don't actually operate at that. Like if I'm a woman, just based on the fact I might have a second thought about it, but a woman won't. Like she would just go in, and like that's
Sounds
why
like
we
some
have.
red pill shit.
It's kind of red. It's kind of red
You
pill.
been
but
hanging
I'm
out in the
saying-
manosphere?
I knew a
I'm just
dude.
saying, ask the lady. Ask the lady. Are you like ask this lady, right? If she was having like a
Go for it.
discrepancy, like whether be married or single, and she met a she you know this might have been her like
What
Fortune
is the
500.
discrepancy?
The Fortune 500 is the discrepancy. That's what it is. Like the way out.
I feel like you're speaking like Snatch to me, or like Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I don't know what
Most
means.
women want a way out. That's what it is.
I knew a dude one time. He said, "I'd rather marry an ugly girl than a pretty girl." And I says, "Why?"
Yeah, but this is where men get twisted. Men are thinking about sex. Women ain't thinking like that.
Well, he said, I asked him why that was. He told me, he says, because a pretty girl's liable to run off on you.
Yeah, but
and
still,
I said, well, an ugly girl's liable to run off on you too. And he said, yeah, but who cares?
Yeah, but you're still getting it twisted. Women don't think like that. Women are thinking about their way out. They don't give a fuck how you do. That's why you see like women that are fit and feminine and doing everything and getting with a fat dude who may look like a fucking brick. Women do not think like that. Women will go
don't
for whatever
think
they
in a
want.
uniform. There's not a uniform thought process that like that.
Yeah,
I think. I mean, basically,
look at this girl's face. Look at her. Like she knows what the fuck I'm talking about. At the end of the day,
what's he talking about, Barbie?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I've never been in a relationship where I was just looking for a way out. And the last 2 relationships, in fact,
Real?
both of my baby's dads cheated on me. Both of them cheated on me with my sister. I was looking for a way out.
Oh God!
They made that one. They made
I'll give you an example, right? So if I said to you, right, I'll give you £1 million today, right? Fuck your feelings and fuck your past. Are you gonna rock with me?
Wait, in what capacity?
No. Flo,
Yeah,
allow her.
Yeah, that's
Wait, Flo, no, you fucked this shit up. I was asking her a question.
What was that's the question again? I may not have heard it right.
At the end.
All right, so as a woman, fuck your past. I don't give a fuck how many like buddies you've been with. Okay, I rock up with you. We getting on, and I'm not saying like in a singular situation. We actually go on, maybe a couple of months, whatever. We're rocking, whatever. I say,
And
look,
our energy is good, and we vibe.
yeah. So we do that whole sort of drama thing. It's like, yo, we've been through the bars and this, that, whatnot, and we're actually getting on. Chill, nigga.
Sorry,
nigga. Look,
How come you can say
Nigga,
that?
shut the fuck up. Look. Oh, sorry.
I know
No.
with that accent, you sound whiter than me. I think.
I'm white as a motherfucker. Don't get it twisted.
I was gonna say I only have like one stipulation.
Don't get it twisted,
I only
man.
have like one
All right.
stipulation.
Anyways, what was the
I'm
question?
trying to ask the lady.
There's too much front end of this question. What's the question?
Would you look? I give you $1 million. Are you rocking with me?
See, I don't think about money like that. I really don't.
So it's the
It
answer
really
no?
is like if I
No.
vibe with you and
Yes
I
or
get
no?
along with you, yeah.
Yes or no?
I can't be bought.
Yes or no? I give you $1
No,
million. All right, so cool. You stay in the projects. Cool. All right, whatever.
I'm not with the program.
Wherever
We
you
have-
are, I don't care. Like I don't
Easy,
care.
We have a
You
request.
have a better chance. You had a
Right,
better
stay
chance
where you
of
are.
getting with me
I don't
without
care. Yeah, but do you understand that past that point we don't care? Do you
Shit,
understand that?
honky, you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh no, I get what you're saying now, Simon. Yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
I feel like that song is
she's
probably
popular. She's popular.
Yeah, and it goes on for
Definitely.
like 10 more seconds after that too. Like she's
never
she's
seen
gangster
that.
with it.
I don't even
We
know.
have a request to see a picture of your sister.
I don't have a picture of
Making
her.
sure that you saw that.
Flow state. Show that picture I got backstage. That's that cup.
Is there 2 girls with it?
No, but you can imagine. That's the big space. That's the space cup. Look at this thing, man.
What do you do with that?
Well, you drink from right here where the
I see.
and it's for 0G for some reason I don't understand, but they have this really masculine female astronaut demonstrating.
Can we see her? Can we put eyes on this woman?
Let me see if I can find the video of that. Let me look real quick. Shit. It's on YouTube. Let me see. NASA 0.
Whose dog is drinking out of the toilet?
Mine. It's not a toilet either. It's their water dishes in here. There it is. NASA 0G cup. And
I sent you a picture of me and my sister. That I have.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
all right.
Nice. Let's see.
So I can't really make that big because it's in a short, but you'll still be able to see it. Let me see. So
What's up with your sister? Is she getting revenge on you? Did you steal her boyfriend back in the day? Like what? She nailed both of your men.
She's my younger sister, and yes, she did know both of them. Yeah.
Why? What's going
But
on?
I personally think, in the first situation with my first baby's dad, she pursued him, and like it was kind of like, and we were teenagers too. With my second baby's dad, that was a mutual thing, and that's the reason why, like, me and her don't really speak anymore. Like,
there's the video of it, Flo. So, I think she looks like she has experience with this.
She's pretty hot.
She's not that bad.
You must be in a hell of a dry spell.
You can definitely tell that she's
she plays softball.
Come on. Yeah. Why is this thing fucking up?
I want to know how many people have banged in space, right? Isn't that like intergalactic sex, man? That sounds awesome.
Intergalactic planet.
Well, being is that there's no such place, 0 people have.
Well, space is fake now too. I heard of the atomic bomb was fake.
Dave, we have to have this conversation over and over and over again because you
I'm
keep
not having
doing
the
this to every new person that comes in.
I just made a statement. That's all. You don't have time enough.
Hold on, let me whip it out. Hold on. This is like lesbian golden shower porn. Oh, I love it. She's so happy.
So yeah, that's their little 0G cup.
Lesbian golden shower porn.
Yeah.
That's something you don't. That's a phrase you don't hear about enough, I think.
I don't know, man. There's like German Scheisse porn, you know, where they like that, where they're shitting on each other.
Damn it, man.
That's a threesome. That's a dream threesome right there. Put that back.
I'm assuming that you were cool with me sharing it, because even though I didn't ask.
Yeah, I am. I wasn't ready for that comment.
That's like a dream incest lesbian threesome.
I don't look. My sister is pretty, but I don't look at her like that. No, the girl that I had a threesome with that's what I couldn't understand either. Yeah, I had a threesome with my first baby's dad with my best friend, and he still cheated on me with my sister. And my best friend's way fucking hotter than my sister is.
Damn.
But I'm not friends with her anymore.
Those friendships don't really
I
last
was
well.
friends with her forever. We've been friends since the 6th grade. We only stopped being friends about 2 or 3 years ago. And that's her fault. That is all her fault.
I mean, you're the common denominator. You sure it's her fault?
I'm sure it's her fault.
What's her fault? What are you talking about?
That we're not friends anymore. Fuck my baby's dad. She can know. And then she's going to get mad at me over some petty shit. Fuck her. My sister is my sister. That's different. But I have to love her from a distance because she's got her own issues right now and stuff. And that's why and the fact that she's up with my baby's dad, that's why we don't talk.
Are you married?
And your kids?
No, hell no. That's crazy. No way. No fucking way.
Don't pay attention to these guys, man. Come on.
But my parents have been married for like over 40 years.
These people will try to get you trapped in a situation, man. You're too pretty for that. You know what I'm saying?
After all the crap I've been through, that's why I don't want to get married.
They be fucking with us pretty niggas. Like, that's the thing. Like, we're pretty, so they don't like it. You know what I'm saying? Just leave them alone. Leave them alone.
One of my baby's dad was very pretty. He was very pretty.
Yeah, and you're pretty. I can see that off cuff. So at the end of the day, don't rock. Yo, listen, like, I'll be rocking with some of these chicks. Yo, bro, look, I've been rocking with some of these chicks on the YouTube sheets. They are thick as fuck. I ain't really interested in that shit.
Yeah, but there's nobody that is prepared for the level of crazy that I am. I promise you.
Yeah, but crazy could be leveled, and the crazy could be accommodated based on the fact that who you get with, because we understand that. Like, when you get with a thick fat chick, the fact of the matter is like, that they're gonna be susceptible to some shit. So when you get with a thin, like when you get with a thin, like good looking chick, it's just like, yo, I gotta be sort of like ready for that crazy stuff. I'm ready for that crazy stuff. Come with that crazy stuff, please.
So what?
Because
I can manage it. Women are crazy or something?
Yeah, they are.
I saw you on,
nigga. What's wrong with you?
I saw you on Nidish's channel earlier. I almost jumped in, but there was so many fucking viewers in the audience that I felt like it would just like, it kind of looks shitty to join a panel when there's like, when there's like the most viewers he's ever had. Like, oh hey, I'm just popping in for some clout. So.
J-Hub, do you live with your parents or do you live in an apartment? Because
man, I'm seeing plenty of women, bro, and all women. I ain't gonna say they all crazy, bro. Everybody got their own distinct personalities and shit.
Nah, you be fucking with the wrong ones. That's the thing. It's like people fuck with the wrong ones.
I don't fuck with plenty of crazy women, but that's not
but
necessarily
you do
make
on
them the
purpose.
right people.
You do it on purpose. We're men, right?
How does this person know that you can pull a gun?
Who?
Awakened Alliance 2. Wait, is that say?
These niggas be out here chatting shit. Like, for real, like they be chatting shit. They're like,
I do know one of my subscribers. I don't know if he's ever. I don't know if I pulled a gun out on stream. I don't think that, but I probably talked about it. I do know how to use a firearm, but I don't. I prefer not.
Yo, you know, bro. Like at the end of the day, it don't matter about all that shit. Like, if you're gonna hold a woman down, you're gonna hold a woman down. That's all it is. There's no complication. It shouldn't be a complication. Like, if you're with it, if I turn around I ain't no internet nigga, but I'm just saying, like, if I turn around, this chick on your left, like she's hot, right? So I'm like, if you're gonna get with me, and then I'll hold her down. I don't give a fuck. She might be going, I got my job and all this shit. Let's be real, like this is some bullshit. Like where we turn around and go, this is that. Like, if she want to be a cat woman, she can be a cat woman. If she don't want to be a cat woman, she don't need to do that. Like, you know, she go out and get a job and do all that sort of stuff. But
I don't
the
know. It
main
just sounds like you'll get with anybody that's attractive. It don't matter what kind of personality they got or none of that shit. I don't know.
yeah, I link with attractive bitches. That's what I do. Like, I ain't getting with no ugly bitch. No. I see you and like everybody else like giving birth to ugly babies. I don't yo, on the real tip, I don't do that shit, man. I ain't dealing with no
So, do
ugly
you have
babies.
any kids?
Like, yo, bro,
Do you
listen.
have any kids?
Who, me?
I got multiple kids. Like, I don't deal with no ugly kids.
Do
That's
you
why I
have any?
don't deal
You
with.
say you got kids.
Yeah, and this is why most people don't come up because you're ugly as fuck. At the end of the day, like I don't deal with that shit. Like,
Bro,
in
you
my
ain't even
personal
seen me, bro.
life,
How do you know I'm ugly, bro? That's weird
I ain't,
anyway. Why?
yo, that wasn't a shot. I'm just saying, like most niggas out here are fucked up. You got your own personal
You
problems. You
probably
got
I
mental
seen you
health
on camera,
issues.
bro. You kind of look like one of them guys, bro.
I'll come up, and at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck because I know what my situation is. But the fact of the matter is I'm doing better than you. You know, and
But you
why
ain't
is
even
that?
seen me, bro. How you know you look better than me, though? I'm just saying.
I know I look better than you because I've been doing this for years. Like you're putting up on YouTube, nigga. Like at the end of I've been
You
doing
seem a
this for
little
years,
unhinged, my
nigga.
boy. Are you all the way there?
You are
Are you
stupid.
all the way there?
How long you
You
been
got a
doing this
sane
for?
mind. Do
This is
people
why
talk to you
white
in your
people
head?
look at us in a certain type of way because you're stupid. You act like you want to talk in a certain type of way. Like you can't acknowledge, you can't get on YouTube and go, oh, I heard this nigga on YouTube. He was like giving me some advice. No, you don't want to do that. You want to be in your own
What
fucking
advice did
frame.
you give me, bro? I'm first off. What advice did you give me? That's all I need to know,
Yeah,
so I can
yeah.
cherish it.
Send me an email. I'll send you $100, and then what you gonna do with it? Because most of you niggas on scratch cards, nigga.
I'm
Like
gonna take
what
my
the
wife
fuck?
out to eat, maybe. Since you
Eat what?
spending like
Eat
that.
what though? Eat what?
I don't know. It's plenty to choose from with $100.
Niggas on corned beef and rice. What the fuck you dealing with, man? Every time I hear this shit, it's boring. It's boring as fuck.
You
Like
kind
what
of
the
boring,
fuck?
bro. I mean, you
And
sound like you got a
then
point.
the white
I mean,
man
you
is
think
just
you got a
stealing
point, but I don't
the
see it,
white
bro. I'm
man.
kind of confused.
What are you treating your wife to? Or your girlfriend? What are you treating them to?
It's whatever I
What
want.
are you,
Whatever I want with your $100.
yeah,
If you gonna
well,
send it,
you can't be precise.
Look,
This is
I
the
put my
thing.
cash app in there if you want to send me $100. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'll do that. Send me your email. I'll do that, man. I don't give a fuck. Like the fact is this is the problem, and
yeah,
like
you probably you definitely on here. You just ready to send
men,
money out and
no,
shit. You really got money like that, man?
why is
Don't
that a
wait. Don't
problem?
spend your
Yo,
bill money trying
I'm
to impress
telling you,
folks. Don't do
$100
that.
ain't shit in this day and age, and women
I bet.
understand that shit. Women understand that $100 is not nothing. It may be shit to you, but it ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? So that's where they're testing us. They're like, yo, $100, take us, look, do something.
Don't spend
Like,
your bill money trying to impress folks, man.
What the hell's
so
going
where you taking
His
people?
bail is gonna be way higher than $100.
Where you taking people? McDonald's? You gonna get them a Happy Meal?
McDonald's?
Happy
I
Meal,
mean, who the hell go
nigga?
to McDonald's, bro,
You a
for a
Happy
date?
Meal, Happy Meal, nigga? It's women. Look, yo, I'm saying,
Where do
I'm
you
just
take
saying.
people for a date? Since you just had to go on this topic so hard, bro, where do you take people on a date?
Yo, there's certain places where women don't know. You get what I'm
Oh my
saying?
fucking god, bro! You can't just give a straight answer, bro. Where the fuck is the place they don't know, man?
You don't. Well, okay. I'm not giving a straight answer. So, are you involved with any membership clubs? Do you understand what a membership club is? Do you
No, I'm
understand
not a
what?
member of anything,
Do you
bro. Other than
understand
some
what
gang
going to
shit, I was
golf
a member of
is?
some gang
Can you
shit.
can you do you
You
know what
ever been a
golf
member
is?
of a
Do
Crip
you know
gang,
what like being on a?
Badu Cooper gang? Have you ever
You
been a
know,
member of that?
you're stuck in your vicinity, and this is the fact. This is the problem with
You ever
most
been
these
a
black
blood?
people. All right, cool. I'm
You ever
willing to
pump a hoe?
compensate you.
All right, let me pause the black on black crime real quick, and thank you. I'm not going to dox you unless you can identify yourself, but thank you for the contribution. There's no note with it. If this was for a person, then holler at me. But thank you. All right. Did we lose Simon? We lost Simon. He took the opportunity to run.
I don't know. I don't know what that was getting anyway. I mean, no, I've never been. I don't know what kind of member he was asking though. No, I haven't been a member of any exclusive. I guess I don't know prestigious shit. No, I haven't.
I don't know what I walked in on, but it was fitting the topic. You can't change people's minds, man.
Exactly. Or you can, but then they're just mushy. You can change them back again.
People have to change their own mind. Okay. And this
I
is
can agree
why
with that.
having an open mind is important. Okay. If you chain yourself to a paradigm, and trust me, I know as I've gotten older, things that I clung to in the past, I've since changed position on, merely because my thinking on it, the evidence presented to it, what have you. And so you have to be careful about being totally steadfast into something, especially if you're not entirely sure. And if you keep an open mind, it's like if you go to a buffet, right? You don't have to eat all of the food, but you're welcome to try any of it, right? You're not stuck exclusively. So I think it's important for people to take a wide variety of information on a topic and then be able to use that discernment and logical analysis to be able to come to their own conclusion as to whether something is valid or not valid, or what it actually is interpreted as. Because you got to remember, truth is truth, even in a minority of one. Just because everybody else believes something doesn't mean that it's true.
Yeah, I feel like you have to have discernment. You know, that's the word for that.
Absolutely.
Be able to filter through all the bullshit. Because I mean, like all that shit we just heard, I don't know what I walked in on, but you got to be able to filter that shit out. It might have been some nuggets in there. I couldn't really hear them.
Listen,
you get what I'm saying?
About
You know, you got to be able to.
90%, about J-Hub, about 90% or more of what and this is what people don't realize, of what they think they know was given to them by someone else. You see,
I think
we are programmed.
Isn't that everything though?
We're programmed to accept a lot of it because, look, they take you at 5 years old. They say, listen to this person up here. They're going to tell you stuff that makes you smart. They tell you some shit. They make you regurgitate it back the way it was told to you. And then they tell you, hey, that was a good job. You're smart. Okay. When in actuality, it's not. They don't really teach problem solving, critical thinking, that type of thing. It's all memory and regurgitation. In fact, it's all built off, and I quote you, this is one of the people that developed our education system, was to teach them a whole lot about nothing. And that's pretty much what they do over a 12-year period of time. And what it is actually doing is it's conditioning you to a type of conformity, okay? Segregating you into your phylum, getting you to accept ideas and opinions of authority. That which is written by academia must be true. All of this type of programming that comes in, so that if all they have to do is put somebody on the television and tell you this is so-and-so, he's an expert with a PhD. And you've never heard of the guy, but he just reads off a script. And there's, of course, some books behind him, and he looks like smart. He's got glasses and shit. And so nobody even bothers questioning it. They go, oh, this guy's an expert. And they'll listen to what this guy says. And it's because of your perception. You're not really analyzing the information so much as you're going ahead and accepting it because of the source that it came from.
Yeah, but I don't watch television.
Well,
but I'm on here now, and that shit could still be happening to me. There could be some dude with glasses talking about how he's an expert on something.
Absolutely. It's not
about
it.
You definitely got a point there, bald head man. Yeah.
It's like it's not the point of whether they're doing it. That's a fact, they're doing it, but it's whether or not you're buying into it. Take, for instance, a good pharmaceutical commercial, for instance. Okay.
I don't watch those.
Well, you've seen them before. I'm just using it as an example. Many of us, if you haven't, I'll describe how they are. They will have a guy standing there with a lab coat and a stethoscope around his neck and maybe a clipboard or something in his hand. And at the very bottom of the screen, in real small letters that hardly nobody's going to read, it says, "This is not a real doctor. This is a paid actor." Okay. And he'll turn away from his supposed patient and look at the camera and tell you about the latest and greatest pill that they have, right? You're bleeding this in because you see this guy that looks like a doctor, okay? Your subconscious is seeing a guy that looks like a doctor. We've been told to trust these people, and so therefore what this guy says goes into your subconscious as an affirmative thing, right? But then to further reaffirm it at the end of the commercial, after they tell you about all the horrible side effects that it has, they'll say, "Be sure and ask your doctor about whatever the fuck it is," right? As if in addition to this doctor that we just told you isn't really a doctor, but this is going to reinforce that. You understand? This is how we're programmed.
Right. Have you ever heard of Dr. Dre? Do you know who Dr. Dre is?
Yeah.
He wrote this one line. It said, "Bitches ain't shit," and I believe
But
that.
hoes and tricks.
I believe that shit. I don't need no backup or do no research.
Okay, so that's kind of off topic, but yeah, I get it.
No, you were talking about doctors. I'm talking about doctors and shit.
I was talking about perceptions. It's a perception deception, is what I call it. Okay.
I just told you my perception.
This is kind of got talking about flat earth too.
For instance, people behave differently to a man wearing a police uniform as opposed to if the guy's just wearing regular clothes, right? Why? What's different? The suit, right? It's the suit. That's all. We've been trained and conditioned because if you take that off of him, he's just a dude, man. That's it. So, but we're trained in our perception to view them as an authoritative figure. And what's the
I
difference?
mean, they also show their authority in plenty of situations. Because I mean, if they didn't actually have authority, then the suit wouldn't mean nothing. So that suit also comes with authority.
No, it doesn't actually. Only authority
Well,
if
when you see some police officer exercise these authorities and they necessarily you can't do nothing about it. Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Well, in the sense of the lawful, when on the few occasions that they actually act in a lawful manner, many of them act under color of law and get away with horrendous bullshit. And there's qualified immunity that needs to get fucking rid of. But the reality of it is just like that. We will respond. Watch how people react. I've spent a lifetime watching people. I find them interesting. I like to see how they react to different shit. And like you'll see, and I'm sure many of you maybe have had a family member in a hospital or something, and the doctor comes in, and people change their entire behavior toward that man as they would any other person that comes in there, including the nurse. They almost revere him as some kind of a holy man, it seems. The guy will come in there and he can tell him any bullshit he wants to. He can actually be rude and people will put up with it because of this authoritative programming of this person that we have. But in reality, he's just a guy who happened to be able to afford to go to medical school. And here he is. He's a human mechanic.
Well, it's not just here he is. I mean, the studying of that, you know what I'm saying, did kind of qualify him for certain shit to be able to diagnose certain things.
Well, what about a veterinarian?
I mean, better than maybe necessarily the next
pause. Thank you, Rocky, for your contribution to the super sticker. I'm gonna talk over you. Thank you, Rocky, for your contribution to the super sticker, and thank you, Celia, again. Carry on.
But like a veterinarian, think about that. Okay, this is a doctor, a physician, if we have any, a physician. He works on one animal, one type of car. That's like a guy that only works on Chevy pickup trucks. Okay, a mechanic that only works on Chevy pickup trucks. Now compare that to a veterinarian who works on everything from a fucking goldfish all the way up to a horse or an elephant. They have varied skills where they know about different animals. So that's like a guy that fixes domestic cars and imports of any model, compared to a guy that can only fix Chevy trucks.
No, that's it's like, so kind of to your point about doctors. I remember when I was in the 9th grade, I tore my retinaculum it's like a ligament in your ankle. And it took me like 10 years after I had my surgery for me to realize how stupid my doctor was, because he literally told me, he was like, man, I've never seen this injury before. I've never done this surgery before. And I allowed him, like you said, to do surgery. You know, I accepted, him doing the surgery on me, even though he had never done this shit before. But like you said, because he's a doctor, because he's been to school, just because, you walk into the doctor's office and you get fucking glossy-eyed and shit when you looking at the doctor and think he's the Wizard of Oz or some shit that's almighty powerful.
I had that experience.
I had a doctor tell me that he said, I never prescribe anything. Vicodin is too strong. I never prescribe Vicodin. Sometimes I prescribe Loratabs, though. Now, those are the exact same thing, just different brands, if anyone's not.
Wow.
Did you say you tore your red necula?
If you look at it, most of them, that's what they are, is they're prescription dispensers. I mean, if they can't, they only have this is all they can ever do, it seems like, is to either give you a pill, cut it off, or they're perplexed.
Fuck, I could do that. I could be a doctor. I can give you pills, I can cut you up, and I can be confused. I can do all of them at the same time.
Hey, you pay a Rockefeller school enough money and you can.
Yeah, my
Man,
ankles.
we had a guy around here. We had a doctor here where I live that he amputated the wrong fucking leg off of somebody. The wrong.
How old was you when that happened to you, bro?
Right.
Cool. I was
I
in
haven't
9th
been
grade.
to the doctor for 30 years.
9th grade. Yeah, young. So yeah, I could see that, you know what I'm saying, happening, you know what I'm saying, being impressionable too. And if your parents didn't have, no say so in the matter, yeah, or they just kind of okayed it as well. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
No, I had like people that co-signed. They were like, this guy, he does all the best surgeries on all the,
I stopped going to doctors when they start sticking their finger up my ass.
But him telling me that, like, looking back at it now, I was like, I was fucking dumb as hell for letting this guy cut on me and shit. But I was fucking, like you said, glossy-eyed ninth grader and shit. So it is what
Can't
it is.
trust doctors, can't trust police, can't trust the news people, can't trust teachers, can't trust Catholic priests. There's
You
a
can
long
trust
list.
your plug, though. You can always trust your plug.
Sure. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people you just can't trust, so don't leave your house. And,
put your faith in no man.
I put my faith in science.
Real science, not scientism.
Read a book.
Peer-reviewed science.
Learn how to heal yourself.
Like Wolverine does?
I got more cures for different things than a doctor probably even know exist, just by researching natural cures.
You've got pretty thick hair, don't you? Mine's pretty thin. Ceaseless is goddamn gone. We don't actually. Everybody on panel is either cam down or wearing a hat or just plain up bald. We could all use your hair.
I got my
you guys wash your hair too much and you take all the oil out.
That probably is true. I do.
You need to let your hair get dirty, and
got the head
Yeah,
full of hair.
I used to have dreads, and that's not.
Grease monkeys.
Did you say your dad has dreads?
I used to have dreads.
My ex-wife's little sister grew dreads, and they started. She's a white girl, right? They started molding, and at least that's what I hear.
Wrong.
I don't know how that would even work. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. I cut mine out though.
I got more hair than all of you, and I'm 65.
Because you let it get dirty?
No, I'm Italian. We.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
Damn it! I can't.
Grease
find
monkeys. You know, grease monkeys. They used to grease their hair back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I do wash my hair every day, and I know I've been told, and I'm also told not to Q-tip my ears, but I Q-tip my ears after every goddamn shower. Like I do. I never have issues. My ears are always clean.
Yeah, you can be too
Yeah, I do
clean.
as
Go
well,
out.
though.
Perfect
Go out.
over
And,
I don't know. It
go
just
out.
feels good to me.
Go out and eat some dirt, man. There can be too clean. Go out and eat some
Oh,
fucking dirt.
I eat dirt. I just have clean ears while I eat it.
Trying
Yeah,
to
I
think.
don't partake in eating dirt.
I got a funny ass thing about trust.
I was
Tarek.
so poor.
Everything talked
I was
about.
so poor as a kid. I was so poor as a kid. I remember eating ants.
Oh man, that's
Nice.
both gross and sad at the same time.
Well, shit, they got chocolate covered ants. I said, so
I
why
know.
don't
I don't know
if
who would
they
eat
got
that shit.
chocolate covered
Chocolate
ants?
covered ants.
Why can't I just eat an ant? If they, oh yeah, now they're promoting that shit. Everybody's gonna be eating bugs pretty soon. Better get yourself some chocolate.
No, I've eaten a lot of concrete working in that, but that was not because I was hungry. Just gets in the air.
Yeah, man, I've had to do that. Man, I had to run a concrete saw on some concrete one time that this shit had been there. It was poured in 1901. So this shit
I've
had
done
sat there and
concrete.
cured since.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did it crumble or was it cured like a fucking?
Oh
like,
my God, I was getting inches to the gallon on the fucking concrete saw with this shit. I'm not kidding you. And for underlayment, they used field stones for underlayment under this thing. And we ended up scoring it. That's all we could do is cut through and score it. We had to, we were taking out a carport to put on an addition to this old
that
house.
blade was wrecked. What?
Oh my God. Yeah, it was fucked.
Those things
And,
cost like $150 just for the blade, don't they?
I know. We had to take a backhoe and crack it so that we scored it and then to crack it so we could use the backhoe to pull out the chunks of concrete. We started hitting it with the shovel, kind of where it was scored, and all of a sudden it busted through.
Yo.
And went, and we heard this pieces of it go down in there and then go splash. And we looked, and there was this brick-lined fucking well. Big, huge brick-lined well. It was about maybe 6.5 feet in diameter, man. And water all the way down to the bottom.
We have an old.
So their solution to it, so that we could foundation and build over it, was to take all of the concrete that we busted up and fill up the well with it.
We have an old concrete mine that's been shut down, and a concrete mill that's a big concrete mill, like 4 feet thick, and it's like 150 foot high. It's been closed down, and the closest place to get concrete now is 50 miles away, even though we have a concrete mine and a concrete mill. And they sold it to Fargo, shut it down because it's polluting. There's dust on the houses everywhere of the concrete when they had the mill open. They had dust in the air. Now you can't even do that shit.
No.
So yeah, you can find your own concrete. You can mine your own concrete and make your own concrete if you know what you're looking for.
Yeah,
I didn't even know concrete was mine.
You can get you can get some ready.
I'm right next to a mountain called Cement Mountain, and and it's right next to my town. And then there's even a bigger mine of cement up in the town 20 miles north of me. Yeah. And we can't even get cement now. Everything around here used to be made of cement when the cement mine was booming. Shit, they got.
Well, they have to mix a bunch of shit together to get the mixture for that shit. Flo, backstage, I've got the little short video on trust I wanted to play real quick. Here's your trust, bud.
That's all due to environmentalists, man.
Yes, come on.
Shutting down the cement mill.
Rule number one: never trust anybody.
Rule number one: never trust anybody.
It's a good rule. Trust but verify.
Yes. Who coined that? Reagan, right? When that
I don't
Reagan,
know. It's something my dad says.
I think Reagan said that.
He also says no good deed goes unpunished, and he's got all those sort of like sort of pessimistic wisdom quips.
Yeah. Do you remember when everybody was having gorbasms over Gorbachev coming
No.
here? Oh my God, yeah. This Gorbachev guy, the guy that was responsible for the wall coming down in Berlin and all that shit, had this obnoxious birthmark on his head that looked like Albania.
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah, that was crazy. And that's what everybody was like, you're being really chummy, to Reagan, because he was being really chummy with this guy and Gorbachev. And
can we get Tarek's simping ass up here? Tarek, what are you simping about?
I swear I don't know how these men have.
Who's being disrespectful to women? I mean, I think I'm disrespectful to Tarek fairly regularly, but
I cherish the vagina. I'm very kind to women.
What the fuck?
How do you cherish a vagina? What's that look like in action?
I ordered 10 of those cups from NASA.
Vagina just sounds so dry.
You're right. Pussy has a wetter ring to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I swear. Like, pussy is just the perfect word. I don't know.
I hadn't considered that, but you're right.
What about squish mitten?
No.
It
sounds I don't know. It sounds like it's festering a little bit or something.
Fish biscuit.
You can smell that phrase.
I've never heard. I say jig biscuit all the time. I've never heard fish biscuit.
My friend said that one time. I thought I was going to shit myself laughing, man. He says he was talking about these two women that get together. He says, I don't understand that getting together smashing fish biscuits.
Salute, sir. Thank you for the contribution.
Yeah, fish biscuits. That's crazy. It sounds like a pH balance off.
It might be. Could be. That's how you know.
Hey, you know what blew my mind the first time I went to like a butt naked strip club and they like popping pussy in your face.
What?
And that shit just smelled amazing. Like that shit didn't have no fucking. It's like y'all ain't fucking sweating and shit. Y'all done worked up a sweat, and I didn't smell shit. I'm like, God damn. Like that shit fucking blew my mind.
Because they put that glittery body shit all over themselves.
Yeah, body.
Okay, so we went to this place in downtown Frankfurt, man, and it was this nudie bar like that, right? Full nude. And this chick got up on this chair and she put ping pong ball. She'd put a ping pong ball up into her and she would blow that fucking ping pong ball out into the audience, right? And my friend caught it, stuck it in his mouth, and blew it back at her.
No. My buddy got farted on.
They had a snake show.
But he got the queef. He got the queef.
Japan. Strippers with a big bull constructor snake wrapping all around them. That was
that would be fun.
No, my buddy went up to the stage and he pulled the dog. Oh, are you? Sorry, Rock. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Never mind. Snake dancers. You ever seen the snake dance?
I have not.
Sick.
But he folded the dollar bill up and put it in his mouth, right? And you're hoping to get a motorboat. He got the old ass motorboat. She turned around and bent over and butt cheek motorboated him. And he I saw the bouncers start to rush at the stage because he grabbed her ass and he threw her down on the stage. He took his glasses off and she fucking farted on me. And all the bouncers then were like, oh, okay, and just went back. And the chick was real mad about it. But I mean, she probably gave him pink eye.
Queefed on his ass, man.
So the first time I went to a strip club, I was 15. I got a fake ID at 15, and I had the time of my life.
When my brother turned 18, I took him to this strip bar, Deja Vu, right? They got those things all over the United States. It says their motto is hundreds of beautiful women and 3 ugly ones. Well, we was right up front, and my brother's sitting there next to me, and this girl come out there, and she was big old black Oprah Winfrey looking broad. I'm not kidding you, man. And I swear to God, she was so dark. Anyway, she got up on that pole, and that was an amazing thing to see. Anyways, I think I saw that pole bend. And
was it the day shift?
Oh my God, man. No, it was at night. She was one of the three ugly one. I'll tell you what, man. So she got on there and she opened up her legs, and I swear to God, looked like a pink piece of bubble gum on a vinyl seat. I was like, oh my God, I ain't never saw anything like that. Right. So anyway, she a big old girl, right? She come over and to my brother. She come over to my brother.
I'm leaving.
She took his book of matches and she put them in her nipples somehow, like in her areolas had like little nipple holes, and she put these matches in it and lit them, and she was standing in front of my brother shaking her titties with these matches in her titties. Then she grabbed my brother by the back of the head, pulled his face in, and you could see her body hair. She had like a sheen of hair all over her body. She pulled his face in between her titties, and my brother pulled away and started vomiting all the way to the fucking bathroom.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
My brother's going, that bitch smelled like a goat. She smelled like a fucking goat. And I was like, whoa, dude. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. Really bad experience for him.
You know what? Just have Tarek, tell these motherfuckers about themselves.
Did you guys go to those strip joints by yourself or normally with someone else?
I've always gone with. I've always gone with groups.
I've never gone.
Yeah, I can't go by myself. I feel like a creep.
I've never been.
Yeah.
No, I have gone by myself, but that was when that was the first time I went because I was the only one with a fake ID. I was like, drop me off at the strip club.
Yeah, that don't count.
I went in. I had my fake ID, and I had a bottle of vodka in my coat pocket. Man, I was having a good time.
They tend to frown on you bringing your own alcohol in there, you know.
I do know, however, if you go in the bathroom and pour it into your Coke cup, by the time they figure out what you're doing, it's already basically gone.
Right.
Hey, the good hole in the wall.
I wish you would. I wish you would.
Who are you fighting?
Talking about unplayed truth. Come up here and tell us off, please. Come on, please, motherfucker. I wish you would.
Come on, Tarek.
Never been to a bring your own booze club?
Everywhere's a bring your own booze club. Applebee's a bring your own booze club.
So much about it.
No, there's certain states that don't allow, that didn't allow. Well, I don't know if it's still that way, but I think North Carolina somewhere was that they didn't allow booze or something. So, but they weren't allowed to sell booze, but it was like a dry county or something. So you had to bring your own booze, and then they just charged you to get in. Type of deal. You guys never been to one of those?
Moose Club.
Yeah, they don't have full strip clubs either in North Carolina. You cannot. They don't do that.
I don't know. That's like 30 years ago. I haven't been there for a long time.
I'm like 30. I've never been to a strip club. And I think we got one here in town. It's like really like mediocre looking. I ain't going up there.
Right outside the Marine Corps base in Jacksonville, North Carolina, we used to go strip joints. I remember back in the 70s, and I got arrested for some reason, and I was in the jail.
Whoa, yeah.
They brought a black dude dressed as a girl who was giving blowjobs.
Oh my God.
And does that have anything to do with some reason you got arrested?
No. I was just drunk, you know.
Okay.
And I was only 17 because I joined when I was 17, and if I was a Marine, they let me in to drink, even though I was underage. They didn't just, you come in with a bunch of Marines, they just let you in.
Right.
So I was getting drunk too early, man. One thing I learned in the Marine Corps is how to drink.
Yeah, I drank a lot for a long time, and I don't miss it though.
Me neither.
Hell no.
I haven't drank in 12 and a half years.
Oh yeah, you probably drank more than the rest of us.
Oh, dude, I was a fucking hardcore alcoholic, man. I was.
I was never a alcoholic where I had to have
Yeah, I
booze every
was.
day. I was a binge drinker. I would drink, get drunk, and get in trouble. You know,
I was
one. I never was a drink every day like half a quart or whatever they do. I don't know. My dad was though. He drank like a fucking quart a day, man. He
There's
was
a
drunk.
bottle of Jack beside me right now, so
He was drunk all the time.
A bottle of Jack, you said?
Yeah, a bottle.
Man, you could do Jim Beam is better and cheaper. Evan Williams is better and cheaper.
Oh
But
man,
don't Jack is where it's at. What are you talking about?
I used to drink.
I've heard the
I could drink a fifth. I had such a high tolerance, man. I could drink a fifth of 100 proof liquor and still be walking around drinking and shit. This ain't no kidding, man. I would I was bad, man. And then my liver failed one
So it
day.
doesn't take a lot.
What's that?
I'm a small female, so it doesn't take a lot. And I used to
I'm
drink.
not heavy.
Just like
Look at
that.
me. I'm skinnier and shit, man. I'm about 160.
Well, tonight
Well,
is the
either
first.
Mount Turkey, yeah. Either it
I've
is
had
back or 101 or
whiskey,
wherever it is, whatever. Like
I'm drinking
vodka.
right now. Drinking right now. It's the first time I've
I don't
tied
miss
one
that.
on for probably a year.
What you got?
I got some Apple Crown
and
RC Cola. It's the Royal Crown Cola, and I got some Crown Royal. And I've had about 3 shots.
So this is your first time drinking, and you bought 2 bottles?
No, I bought a small bottle.
Oh, okay. I was like, well.
No, I got RC Cola, which is instead of Coke, I bought Royal Crown. I don't trust Coke. I don't know. Royal Crown.
I don't know if I trust them either.
I used to be an alcoholic too. I could drink like a 750 in a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got about 1 bottle a night. Fifth. But like that was my job basically, having that fake ID. And so for high school and college, I was going to the liquor store every day anyways for other people. Let's look at Cecil's stuff.
Garage?
No, this is not a garage.
What does that thing say on the side? Towels?
It says cum
Spring
rags.
Wow. So apparently, at the Army Navy game today, everybody started cheering and chanting, "Fuck Joe Biden."
Go Navy, go Navy.
Where did Cecil go? That's weird.
I don't know.
I can get all my stuff.
He needs to clean that shit up, man.
Where's Tarek's gay ass? Tarek, we demand you come up here and face the music. You simp. Somebody hit me with the simp card emoji.
Is that right? He was talking about how you're all a bunch of no good men. That's hilarious.
Cecil Lindsay says you have a man house.
Okay.
I think it's a compliment.
I think he's in a Are you in a closet?
Storage room.
Storage room. Okay.
Well, we used to swoop down to Myrtle Beach when we was in the Marines, North Carolina. Swoop down to Myrtle Beach. Was a pretty cool area to go. Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle Beach is cool. Yeah, I've been there.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, we used to go. They used
Take
to either
the camera
swoop
with
to
you so
Myrtle,
we can see.
or they would swoop up to New York. All the gangsters would go to New York on swoop, and I just
got a pillow in it.
You know what a swoop is, right?
Do you not hear it?
What is going? Oops, wrong one.
A storm, and it lit up the sky, like the whole sky was
Oh,
white. Yeah.
Fuck.
I
What
thought
the
that something
hell?
was happening.
What happened
It,
to him,
it
man?
shook the house.
Is Cecil taking a nap?
Cecil, this is not the sleep stream.
He just wants you to see how he waxed his head. Oh, wait a minute. He's out, ain't he? Damn.
No, he's not out yet. I know he hears me because I just told him it's not. He just sat up and looked at us. This isn't the Machine Lies house.
Is he living in somebody's garage?
Shug upstairs and shake.
We did, the only person that sleeps over here sometimes is me on accident.
Bro, you whole ass did that on purpose.
Is that a military
He
cop?
did with no warning, too. He was just like, fuck this shit. I'm out.
I was tired.
But yeah, you were so cranky. It was so funny, though.
I think
I was
Cecil's
like,
a
okay,
UN,
totally need to
a
go there.
UN soldier. He works for the UN.
Yeah. I'm the one that's secretly gonna take over America. So the Department of Homeland Defense should watch me, and not all the
Skinhead.
millions of migrants that are coming across the border. Yeah, that you got it right, bro.
They're gonna blame everything on Cecil because he's a
Yeah,
skinhead.
and my emergency blankets that just happen to work pretty good, and yeah, bro. You're right, bro. It's white men with shaved heads that we need to worry about, not freaking brown people crossing the border all the time.
Like them cops that shave their heads. That's it. All them cops that shave their heads and shit.
I mean, honestly, the cops are way more of a threat to everybody than.
It's all on the brown people crossing the border, man.
Get him.
You don't wake Cecil up.
We're being invaded by UN troops, and everybody's think it's just another day. Invasion of 11 million. Any nation. China.
But if you ask all the people that are quote unquote in authority, the
Being
real
hired by
threat is
UN.
like white people who live in rural towns and freaking.
I mean, you just kind of got to get over that whole mindset.
And they're all
it's not
they're all
helping you at all.
Dude, I guess
they're all darkies. They're all darkies.
All right,
all-
you know what? Thank you for your contribution, Rock. I'm about to drop you.
Hey, no. Even black people in America can see it. They see it too.
Okay, thank you for the donation. I'm not doing this. Yeah, we're not doing that. Rock, you'll get me struck. Don't get me struck.
No shit. What was he going off? He was
he was struck with a rock.
Hey,
Racing side.
I'm gonna.
America.
Thought we was going to be breaking out. Thought we
hammer.
were going to be breaking out hoods and shit here in a couple minutes or something, man.
All right, all the old white guys, thank you for joining.
Like, what's up with all
Old
this
white
damn
guys, we're
difference?
purging the old white guys. Holy fuck!
It's kind of
Have
real
y'all
crazy
seen,
with all the references, but I mean, I ain't tripping on it at the same time, man. But it's like, it's kind of crazy.
It's kind of crazy. It's not a great look for me. It's not a great look for them.
You gotta have thick skin, man. Hey, have y'all seen Leave the World Behind on Netflix?
No, I mean, I've been thinking about watching that hoe, but I ain't just I don't know, had the time to just sit down and really watch it. So.
Oh no,
Rock, you get another chance because you donated.
What you
Cecil, you're going to
recommend? Have
bed.
you watched it already or what?
I'm gonna let you go, Cecil, because you're going to
Hey,
sleep.
don't associate me with the fucking Klan guy over here, man. It wasn't me.
Hey, I didn't say nothing. I just said you didn't let me finish. I said even black Americans can see what's going on, and they don't like it either.
So you got talking about the darkies, man.
No, I'm talking about the invasion at our borders, the Chinese, the Syrians, they're from everywhere.
Yeah, they're not just Mexicans. That's for sure.
No, there's a lot of
I
Chinese.
mean, it's always all types of people that are crossing the
I
border,
saw
but
an
at the
actual
same
dude.
time,
Hey,
We
Jalen,
ain't
I
on
saw a
Rumble.
dude.
We ain't
I
on
saw a
Rumble.
dude
I might want to change the
to some
I act
people
like
coming through the
America
border.
don't sit here and benefit from them same immigrants.
Yeah,
and
but
act like they don't like them.
Jalen, here's the problem. These are
So
all
UN
young men
invasion.
from adversarial countries that are of fighting age. and they're not just coming from Mexico, like you were saying. They're coming in through Mexico.
The Mexicans don't want to come over. They're putting up the gate now. They're putting a wall up because they
That's
don't.
true.
They know what's going on. The Mexicans aren't coming over. They're letting the other ones come over. The Mexicans know better. They don't want to come here. They know what's about ready to go down.
Hey, y'all got to watch that movie, Leave the World Behind.
Even the Black Americans can see what's going on. Don't be a stupid, I ain't prejudiced. I love everybody. But
So
we
what
have
should
an
I be saying? This just say I'm blind. I don't know what's going on. What should I be saying? What are they saying that I ain't saying?
I don't know.
You don't see, you don't. Hey,
Yeah, well, you explain it to me, brother. You see it, right?
I got
I mean,
friends.
I don't know if I got enough time.
Me neither.
Hey, if you don't see what's going on, I mean, it might be a little too late. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I guess
Like,
it is. Yeah.
If you, I don't know. Like I just to give you like
Tarek,
a little
the
short
link is pinned. The link is always pinned, Tarek. Here, I got you. Did I leave a
No, it's pinned. It's pinned.
Sometimes I leave up polls. No, yeah, it's right there.
No, it was on. I remember I think it was 2019. Whenever COVID started. The whatever
The
code
thing.
word I need to use. Yeah, the
Yeah.
thing started. Like I was working in this neighborhood, and I was it was like right when everything was kicking off, and I'm watching. It was like a nice affluent neighborhood, and all of these people got their travel trailers in front of their houses, loading up cases of water and stuff into their travel trailers. And I'm like, what in the world is going on? And I asked one of them, and he was telling me like he was about to go out to his little homestead for vacation. You know what I'm saying? But that's what he told me in code words. If you knew what was really going on, you would have understood what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? And like it's people. If you watch that movie, like I said, Leave the World Behind on Netflix, it's kind of like I forget. It's like a cyber attack goes on, and it's like, it's like as it's starting to happen, but nobody really understands what's going on except, and it's like one, it's like one, you know what I'm saying, person that's been preparing this whole time, the old white dude out in the country type dude, you know what I'm saying, and he's like the only person that's really ready for it, and it's kind of funny. I mean, it's funny to me, but it's a good movie.
Well, I remember the December before that. I think there was like that record number of CEOs retiring. Here we have Sir Lancelot.
He likes to sing and dance a lot.
Welcome, Sir Lancelot.
Oh my God! There we go. I noticed about 2:00 or so, it gets a little bit sexually or more gay, or
it's because you show up, man. You turn us all on.
When you show up, don't.
No, I think people people want to be free.
They want to be free and naked. No,
whatever,
it's you, man. It's you. Look at this sexy hunk of man.
I know. Look at that. Oh God, everybody take over freaking Tarek for a minute, please.
It's so hot that you made her microphone crackle.
Oh, for God's sake!
Broke it.
It was shaking too. You just couldn't see it.
I'm celibate like Tommy now. Yeah.
Awakened Alliance. Here's the link. I think that should go to both of them, right?
Hey, does anybody know how to upload like a video from my GoPro onto like share? I've never done that before.
I've never had a GoPro.
Totally off my game.
Well, it'd be just like a video file.
No.
It has to be like internet. Something.
Yeah, you gotta plug in the SIM card or something.
Who's like a
No,
Just like
laptop.
any other. I mean, not SIM card.
I mean, on the
The
computer.
USB.
SD card. Plug in the SD card.
Call
like
your
any-
grandson. That's the first step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this, you got to plug in your little like what you call it, your little flash. There we go. That little thing is there. You know how old that is? Like that is so throwback. Oh my god.
What is?
Well, my plow truck almost went over the cliff.
Chromecast.
So I videotaped me getting on my excavator.
Oh, that's
and
why.
Congratulations, Sean. We're all proud
Pulling
of
it
you
over.
for your sex.
Somebody got laid tonight?
I mean, he just is in general. He's doing better than most of us up here. I get to do the sex at Katie sometimes.
At Katie, you can do at Katie.
Yeah. And then when we're
I'll
done,
be
I whisper I whisper thank you in her ear softly. Thank you.
And she's just like, go away.
Pro tip, gentlemen. Women love it when you thank them after sex.
I didn't know that was something that they did. So, yeah, they must suck. Most of the men in my life must generally suck. I'm just kidding. They're usually dead in a coma, and I just walk off. I don't care.
Damn.
Oh yeah, you just leave them behind, like
I just leave. I really, seriously, I just get up and leave. I don't
the
care.
house explodes behind you as you strut out.
I just got other shit to do. I'm busy. Like it's very the times that it does happen. It's like so rare, but like because I have other shit to do. Like it was a planned thing, and I only had that much time. So when I'm done, I'm done. I'm out.
My life is not that hectic.
Mine is.
I feel like every other day is a bit too regimented. First of all, it's about half as much as necessary, but also I don't know how strict that schedule is.
What yours?
No, not my Angela and Sean. We're learning about Angela and Sean right now.
I gotta scroll back up to it.
Oh, I got muted.
They would
Who
do
is
it every other day. That must be nice. God, that must.
Derek,
be
are
so
you
nice.
mad?
No, I was laying down, and then I was, sometimes I hear you guys.
And he was thinking about you.
Yeah. Okay, so we called you up here because what are you doing down there now? Bitching again about something that we're doing?
I'll explain to you why. I just think sometimes, this is my opinion, like what women say someone is like looking at this broadcast, right? And she sees how some of the men are talking about all this sexuality.
Derek,
Yeah.
stop. I'm going to stop you right there. I don't want to hear a damn thing out of your mouth until I hear you say something to Paul first.
What's the guy do? Why we gotta get Paul into this?
Because that's like an incel homeless camp, and you're over here talking to me. No, get the fuck out of here with that
No,
shit.
I'm not talking to you about it. Did I say
Okay.
you?
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to the people that were getting like in details, like what's his name, the Sovereign Soul, and some other guy. I forgot who it was.
What are you doing, dude? You're not the
talking
morality
about?
police.
Ruining our
What did I
boners.
say?
Yeah.
What did I say, Tarek?
No, nothing. Forget it. You guys
You're ruining her boner.
God, yeah, that's what you did to the whole chat.
Yeah,
Everything just went downhill. from
Everything's
there.
all limp and dried up because the morality police are here.
Oh man.
No. I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna restrain and just listen, and I'll stay.
He's
neutral.
gonna restrain my ass. Whatever.
All right, you gotta say it with your chest. Say it with your chest, man.
Well, I mean, I can't. You're monitored here, so you can't say sometimes with your chest. You may get bounced.
All right, you have permission to say whatever you want with your chest, unless it's something that's strikeable.
No, I would never do that. Come on. No, I'm just saying sometimes I feel like some of these men get out of control with their sexuality and they get really comfortable talking about stuff that's a little bit, whatever. For some people.
So what on the realms of sexuality are allowed or not allowed in your frame of reality?
No, I'm not talking about what's allowed or not allowed. So you took it again. You're deflecting.
Oh, my bad. Well, what would you deem comfortable and not comfortable, and how you would talk about sexuality?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't talk about sexuality at all, pretty much on the internet.
Why are you so repressed?
Internet.
So refreshed?
Repressed. You hide your sexuality, son. It's gonna burst if you keep it inside too long. You're gonna start doing weirdo shit.
Oh no, that's not me.
Yes, sir. That's what happens.
Believe me, that's not me.
That's how info start, baby. That's how info
Can you
starts.
say what in particular was said?
He's probably like me, you know. He's probably was raised. He wouldn't want to talk to his mother that way, you know.
Can I ask Tarek a question?
Sure.
Yeah, after I welcome Awakened Alliance, I don't think we've met before.
Why would you watch?
Thanks, sir. Nice to be here.
Why would you watch content if there's things on it that you disagree with?
Well, I told you I was laying down, and it got a little bit, it got a little bit too.
Tarek, what's your favorite genre of porn?
Can you tell me where it crossed the line at? I'm
No,
just curious.
no. Again, there's no cross on the line. Everybody's entitled to do whatever they want.
But in your mind,
I think he worked for the UN.
Obviously, in your mind, it crossed the line, and I'm curious to know at what point did it cross that line?
Yeah,
what was said that you went, ooh, they shouldn't talk about that, or whatever, however you react.
No, it's not. Oh, dude, I have heard everything in the world. I've been around. Believe me, it's not about that. Yeah,
that wasn't the question on what you've ever heard. The question was, what was said that first triggered your "that shouldn't be said" alarm in your head?
I honestly I forgot. I was laying down, and it was just a lot of questions, a lot of things.
You gotta remember what made you get out of bed. Because I'm just saying, like, I was in bed chilling and shit, and I'm just listening to some shit, and some shit made me get up. I'm gonna know exactly what it was, because I mean, it made me get out of bed.
I wasn't really paying attention to it yet. But
why would make the dudes get out of bed?
I was just talking.
This shit was like, this is really a pressing issue.
You know, sometimes you hang out with Marines. Sometimes you hang out with Marines. Sometimes you hang out with your black friends. So you got to talk, you know, talk that jive. Sometimes you hang out with Marines. Talk that
jive. What kind of shit you on, bro?
I don't trust someone.
What I just said was talking that jive.
You know, you're self-righteous.
I bet you
what kind of shit you on, brother? Is they talking normal? They're not talking normal.
Hey, man, he watches the Jeffersons. You know.
All right.
He knows.
Rocky, I gotta let you go. Thank you for coming up, Rocky. Cock that drive. Wow. I don't know. Like,
Man,
I don't know.
Y'all had a crazy panel tonight.
He's like, I think that he does it on purpose. He's like just a habitual line stepper. There's no way that you stepped like right up to that line so many times.
That's what I was trying to say to Tarek. You stole my punchline. Like it was a line that he's saying that we crossed. So I'm trying to figure out what that line is. Honestly, like what he said.
Was the one I said pussy?
What he said
My
said
bad.
was extremely feminine, bro. Like
no, I didn't say it was extremely feminine.
I'm saying what
I got you. I understand.
Because no, let me explain it, because you said you forgot the point, but it made you feel a certain type of way, and that's all you can remember was the emotion. The emotion.
Okay, I'll tell you what it is. I think sometimes. Okay, I'll tell you what it is. Sometimes when men talk too much about this stuff, I think, like especially on the internet. And you know, a lot of people have women or wives or whatever. They're not gonna take this as a good quality of a man doing that on the internet. Just my opinion.
I don't know, I'm finna get married next year. I know I'll be talking
like a
some shit on
judgmental
here
bitch to me.
It's fine.
He sounds like a granny panty simp.
No, I mean,
hey, don't be talking
that's a better way of putting it, but yeah.
I know where he's coming from. I mean, y'all do talk about whatever you want to. Don't bother me, you know.
Break it down.
I'm gonna say whatever. As long as it's the truth, I ain't only just talking just to hear myself talk, or
right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what we're here for, is truth, right?
Yeah,
That's what they tell me. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I ain't heard too much truthful, man. It's been a little bit of truth with a lot of lies for the most part, or a lot of assumptions and biases for the most part.
I'd agree with
For
that.
me, it ain't like I'm on here talking about something everybody that don't really know me in real life don't already know. So it ain't shit that I'm worried about getting out or anything like this. So I don't mind.
You
saying
don't
what's
know
going
what I've been through.
Help me, I'm a victim.
That's any girl who says you don't know what I've been through, you can guarantee it's a lot of dick. Something like that, Tarek. Is that something like what you're talking about?
No, no. What I was saying is like, there's a way to put the conversation where it's respectful, or even like a little bit more, where you can go a little bit deep in the conversation. But when it gets a little bit too much
Too deep?
detail, yeah, too much details about certain things.
Yeah, what
Let's not
detail
go
though?
to
I mean, I don't think anybody talked about actually having like some sex or something. I mean, I know dude talked about a couple strip club experiences, and they really wasn't no good ones. I mean, it was a bitch farted. I mean, my bad. I shouldn't say bitch. A girl farted. A woman farted. You said something about the black woman with the hairiness and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I don't know. That was it, right? Those are two stories I remember hearing.
That's only my perspective. I mean, everybody's got their perspective. I respect it. It's no big deal. I'm just saying that's where I stand.
I was just wondering, like, exactly where. I mean, if it, I don't know, maybe I'll be more conscious about what I'm saying next time I'm on that, you know what I'm saying, internet. I don't know. You never know. Maybe you know what I'm saying. I ain't shit. People might want to fix themselves out here, you know. And if you feel some type of way about some shit, maybe you should step up and say something. If that's how you feel, that's a part of society and community and growth, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You say how you feel, we say how we feel. We say, "Oh, you a little bitch ass nigga." Then hey, you stand on your
I
shit.
feel you, man. I feel you. I feel
It is
you.
what it is.
Here's the thing. I think the reason that he's not pinpointing something is that it's not. There wasn't a thing. It's showboating.
When I'm with the Marines
No.
and they're out drinking, when I'm with the Marines out drinking, I can't be a little prude and say, "Well, I ain't going drinking because they got girls stripping." You know, sometimes you hang around men and they got bad habits or whatever. You know, they drink and they hang around. They want to go to the strip joint. I'm not when I hanging around Marines, I act like a Marine or whatever. When I'm hanging around bros, you know, I know how I grew up with bros. Man, I know, I ain't prejudiced. I get along with
I was
everybody.
wondering who the bros was. I like, nigga, who the hell's the bros, man? I get it. All right, yeah, I feel you.
Well, here's the thing, and I saw this happen a long time ago when I was a kid. Okay,
niggas scared to say black and shit.
They took and conflated the words bigotry and prejudice. Okay, so everyone is prejudiced to one extent to another, and it's not confined to race or any other thing. We prejudge every situation that we come across. Okay. So that's not the same as bigotry. Okay. Bigotry is a completely different aspect altogether, right? So for instance, if I'm walking down the street and I'm approached by I don't know, two dogs that have a reputation for being vicious, I'm probably going to be more wary of those dogs than I would if they were some little docile type dog that has that reputation, right?
Just say two black people. Make this
we have an awareness about us, and we all do it, but it's not the same as bigotry.
Because I mean, definitely, you know what I'm saying? Black people have prejudices about white people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so it's not like, you know what I'm saying? It's no thing.
Absolutely.
I got black
Yeah,
people.
no, you was waiting on that one. You're like, yeah, you know you do.
White people smell funny.
Man, when they start sweating,
My best friend when I was in elementary school was black. My best
White
friend
people's houses smell funny, don't they?
He was my
Thank
best
God.
friend.
Kaizo, you showed up a few hours later than I was hoping for. But at least you're here now.
Yeah, but I think bigotry is just more how you act upon your prejudices. You know what I'm saying? If I'm trying to exclude some person and do this or that and the third, or treat them a certain type of way, have an aggression toward them for some reason. Yeah, I get it.
Some people act different when they're in a group.
So what's
Like when
everybody's
you're
least favorite race?
when you're in
We'll go
a
around.
group of Marines,
Yeah,
a group of Marines.
Oh
that act
shit.
And give a real answer. I'd like to hear this. I'll give an answer.
I'm just kidding. We're not playing that game.
I can tell you my favorite race. I can tell you my favorite race. The human race.
I think I'm going to wrap
Yeah,
up.
Oh, come
only
on.
I
one
think that'd be
race.
my least favorite.
That's a
Yeah,
pussy
Steamboat is
ass.
my least favorite race.
No,
I
look,
prefer the
look,
white
look,
race.
look. You want to hear how ridiculous it is for people to go, I'm proud to be white, or I'm proud to be black, or I'm proud. Look, you had nothing to do with it. You could have been born anyone. And guess what? You were. So that's just
Evolution.
I know. Being proud to be black is something that you know. I don't know. You wouldn't.
You know, that evolution is what started the race thing.
Evolution.
That evolution theory by
Evolution
Darwin.
started the race thing, or people
I wanted to see Tarek
creating some
squirm.
shit. I thought just
I knew
somebody
you were
created
doing
that
that,
bullshit out of nowhere, out of thin air, really. You know what I'm saying? You're darker,
I
so
ain't
that's
gay, but I'll fuck you to prove a point.
Oh my God.
yeah, or whatever. Like you're
Tarek
lighter
don't
in
like
this or
booty.
whatever.
No,
You
wait.
gotta
The
hang out
best
with
race
these
is the
kind
white
of guys
race,
that
obviously,
wow.
right? White people create everything in the world. Black people have created nothing. So, white race is
I
my
would, I
favorite
would,
race.
I would definitely not say no goofy
I
shit
think it's
like
time
that.
for me to go. I ain't trying to hear this shit.
That's definitely not the. That's definitely not the answer. But
He's black. Just FYI.
Italians are the smartest motherfuckers.
that's definitely not the answer either.
I'm not ashamed to stick up for my race.
You can pick up for your rights, but you not correct. I wouldn't assume. I'll definitely have anybody. Y'all.
I was joking, man. I was just
Can we
joking.
not race
shit right
gangbang
there.
tonight?
I was
Can we
joking.
not race gangbang tonight?
There is no superior race.
No, but
Jesus
guys,
says,
you can
red,
put
yellow,
metrics,
black, and blue. No,
but you
how's
can put
the
metrics, brother.
red,
Can't you? Like
red, yellow,
black people
black, and
just
white,
destroy, white
all
people
the same?
create. So you can't
I
just
want
say
to
we're all
remind
the same.
everybody that the ticker at the bottom of the chat or at the bottom of the screen.
I think I'm a Gentile. I don't know. I don't think I'm a
You are.
Israelite or not.
You're a Gentile.
Just a Gentile. I'm a Gentile guy, man. Just a
You're a
Gentile.
Gentile man. You're a Gentile man.
Yeah, I thought he likes trannies.
Gentile man. I'm a Gentile man. That's right. Hey, that's where that comes from.
And you go to the Gentile Men's Club.
Yeah. The rumor is Rocky likes trannies, right? Or no?
I think Tarek is like, you know, wearing that gay shirt, showing his titties and shit.
Here we go with the titties.
What the fuck is that shit anyway?
This panel is really devolving quickly.
A fucking tank top, Rocky? Are you that fucking drunk?
He told, you just said that I liked what? You
I said,
I was
if
what?
you heard me right, I said, I didn't say it. I said the word on the street was that you like trannies, not me. I didn't say it. Somebody said it.
Oh, shit. Because I exposed the trannies, I like trannies. Oh, that makes a lot of fucking sense.
I mean, somebody said it. I'm just saying, don't get your feelings. Why are you getting your feelings hurt?
You probably got surgery to get that jaw on there. You probably got some surgery.
Rocky, I promise you, I love women, buddy.
You're just a
women
big,
only.
big-lipped tranny.
Yeah.
My jaw
Women
is
only.
real, man. Come on, I'll take you on, you young punk.
Oh my God! See, he's getting now the real Rocky's coming out.
In Texas and Washington, I live in Washington State. They have what's called mutual combat. Look it up. It's the only 2 states in the union that have mutual combat. Yeah, we can set it up. We'll go down to the county office.
For what?
Get a contract, and we'll have a fight.
Oh my God! Rocky, why is it like now I have you?
Call someone out. You can go down to the.
I didn't mean to bring race back into this, but that's the whitest shit I've never heard.
Rocky, hear me out for one second.
Look it up.
All right, could you hear me for 1 second? Can I speak?
Retard.
Hey, no, Rocky.
Fuck these cupcakes.
Yeah. Why is it you And now I got Tommy. I got Monograph. All these guys want to box me and fight me.
Trannies? That don't make sense. I expose trannies, therefore I like trannies. That don't make sense.
I didn't say I said it. I said the word on the street was. Why are you getting so sensitive?
The word on the street?
Yeah, the word on the metaverse.
You live on the street. You living
Y'all
on the
boys
street in a
really
tent.
have an
On the
argument about some
metaverse.
trannies.
On the street in a tent.
Hey, J-Hub, did he bounce when you said? Did he see that, or did he bounce before Hub?
Yeah,
And
he
if you
ran.
wanna-
He ran.
Okay, if you want to choose another pick, you can.
No, you good.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
you
Rocky,
insult people up here, and then when they defend themselves, I'm the bad guy because I'm defending myself. I'm just saying, you know, when I was in the Marines, I did things I get drunk and I didn't not being self-righteous like,
Nah, what you finna say, bro? I thought you was finna say something else for a second, bro.
You come in and act all self-righteous like men shouldn't talk about, those things are off limits, like you're self-righteous.
No, it's not off limits. Hey, Rocky, it's not off limits. There is an etiquette. There are certain things you can speak about in certain places and certain things you can't. You shouldn't.
Rumors on the street. Rocky likes trannies.
And Rocky wants to fight me now.
I got that on tape. I'm gonna be like Monty, and I'm gonna say you spreading fucking gossip.
What do you mean? Oh, so now you're calling
me on the internet. I'm gonna sue your ass.
Hey, don't worry about it. Monty wanted to box me yesterday too, so don't worry about it. He's good.
Let's watch the latest short that's going doing pretty good.
I have always thought that the best false bottom would be a fleshlight, because no cop is going to find that on the floorboard of your car and go, "Hey, I wonder what's inside of this." You're fucking genius, man. You are fucking genius.
All right, there we go.
Pretty clever though.
Bullshit.
Just saying, I just to say that's pretty clever though. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to spread it out so somebody can use it. I don't engage in that sort of lifestyle anymore. But that one's up to 9,000 right now. 9,018 hours and 43 minutes. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I might have to tell somebody about that. That's for sure.
Whose asses is Dave gonna kick?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Whose ass am I supposed to be kicking now?
You know what? That is what I heard on the street.
Well, he's not getting mine. He's out there.
You committing scams out here, man? What's going on?
What are we looking at here?
I don't know.
I chopped that off of one of I clipped that off of Paulie's intro. You know, he plays those philosophical intros and shit.
Yeah, they're stoic. Yeah.
And like, oh, I'm a philosopher.
They're not stoic.
Look at how smart I am.
I mean, there's something else, I think.
I'm a philosopher.
They're like Zen or something, aren't they?
Sound like that.
All right. Anybody got final words?
There we go. See, Rocky wants to box me. I will not box you, sir. You're too old, and I don't want. I would never want to box somebody that's way weaker than me. Anyway, so Tommy.
How tall are each of you?
Hey, we make a contract. It's a contract.
Dude, yesterday Yesterday I had the idiot Monty.
We can put gloves on if you want.
Oh, for God's sake!
You got to go by the rules. You make a contract at the county, and the sheriff comes up and watches you. I can call anybody out.
Why would you want to watch you get like knocked out?
I'm just saying it's legal in Washington and Texas.
I understand that. And like I'm telling you, yesterday Monty told me I have to sign a death waiver. Like I never boxed before. You always have to sign a death waiver.
The sheriff is there watching. This is a contract. You sign it up at the county. the county. The sheriff comes and watches. It has to be on public, like a public park. You can't do any damage. You can't do any physical damage to anywhere. You go like to a park and you sign a contract, and there's rules like we did it in the Marines. It was called First Blood. You know, we'd have what we call scrapping.
You got any final words, Em?
This is under military. It's under military.
Oh my God, man.
You won't stop, Rocky won't stop.
Dave, you got any final words?
Yeah, man. Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and get rid of him, man. He'll probably kill you.
Amen. Jalen, what do you think?
Man, I say, yeah, you can't waste your time trying to change people's minds, but at the same time, as a person, a lot of people don't think they know everything, man. Sometimes you gotta be open to some shit, man. Listen to everything, man. Discern. Yeah, I think somebody said discernment earlier, man. That's a big key word that should be taken from today, man. Discernment. Have that, bro. Always think about and analyze and critically think about everything, man. Because you know what I'm saying, it could make or break.
That was actually great. Very nicely stated. Good closing words. Who's next?
I'll go next. Rocky, I wish you peace. I don't want to box you, sir. Don't get emotional anymore. We're all peaceful. It's just the metaverse, okay? And I'm sure you probably can't box anywhere.
Rocky, what do you think?
Okay, I'll get out of here. Peace, love. I love all of you. I was just, joking around. You guys are so easily offended. Sorry.
I get it. Like, part of the problem is that you're coming. Tommy came in hot last stream. All right, fuck me. So part of that is just trying to tighten things up a little bit. Anyways, whatever. J-Hub, do you have any thoughts?
Nah, man, just go to sleep and go to church in the morning.
I'm not going to church. I'll go to sleep though. All right. Thanks everybody for watching. If you have not hit the like button, please rub my thumb on your way out. If you're not subscribed, which most of you are, almost all my live stream viewers are subscribed. But if you're not, subscribe. And I had something else, but it's gone. So please,
I do that too, man.